consists of three parts: the inaugural session, the session on Ahmedabad public transport strategy, and the final session on Mahesana IPT strategy. We are very happy to welcome our esteemed speakers, Shri Lochan Shehra, Municipal Commissioner, who is in fact the lead, whose guidance we have been having since the inception of the project. Welcome, sir. Then we have with us Mr. Peter Cook, British Deputy High Commissioner, Gujarat and Rajasthan Zone. Welcome, Mr. Peter Cook. Namaskar. Yeah. I would like to begin the program and introduce our the speakers. We have with us Ahmedabad City Municipal Commissioner Sri Lochan Shehra, who has kindly agreed to deliver the inaugural address. Ahmedabad city has been the leader of innovating public transport service delivery, including that of public transport systems in the city. Mr. Shehra is an IAS officer of 2002 batch, and he has served in various capacities as collector, DDO, Surat, Bharuch, as well as the Secretary Housing Department at the Department of Housing and Urban Housing in the state of Gujarat. Sir, thank you very much for agreeing to be here with us and for all the guidance and support which you have received. And then our second guest, our guest of honor today is Mr. Peter Cook. He is British High Commissioner for Gujarat and Rajasthan Zone. Born in Kolkata, West Bengal, where he grew up until age 7, educated in Scotland. Peter joined the Foreign Ministry in 1982 and has served in several different countries over his 40-year diplomatic career. His last diplomatic appointment was as HM Consul General in Belgium, having previously served as Deputy Consul General in Istanbul in Turkey. His most recent role was as Managing Director of the British Chamber of Commerce in Doha, Qatar. Previous postings include Denmark, the United Nations in New York, Barbados, Guyana, as well as several appointments within the Foreign Ministry in London. He is a proud Scotsman and enjoys reading, drama, and a number of sports, especially golf. We thank British Commission and Mr. Cook for their support in delivering this project in this period of time. Thank you, Peter Cook, to deliver the keynote address. Mr. Cook, Peter, the floor is yours. Namaskar. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. That's very kind of you. I hope everyone can hear me. I'm delighted to be joining you today. I want to say good afternoon to everyone and to also share my greetings to all the panelists and indeed all the participants who are here today. This national level workshop on electrification of public transport and intermediate public transport in Indian cities is a really important conversation. It has quite a long title, but we are going through such an important transition in our transport challenge, how we can move our citizens around our cities, around our country safely and well, and to do that effectively and efficiently, and also bearing in mind the challenges that we have for climate, for the planet, and for the sustainability of our economies. Delighted that the UK PACT Green Recovery Challenge Fund is a partner in this process. We are particularly keen and delighted that Ahmedabad features so strongly in the work we are doing in this area. And I'm delighted, obviously, to join with the Ahmedabad Municipal Commissioner, Mr. Shehra. We've met before, sir, and I'm delighted that we have an opportunity to continue this work. It is striking how important it is for both your city and also for the cities in the UK to collaborate and to learn the lessons on how we do this well. We have just had in Gujarat the UK Prime Minister visiting. A fantastic moment for UK and Gujarat to share in the strong relationship that we are trying to build with India. I am so pleased that the Prime Minister was able to come here and to have meetings with a number of key individuals across the state, a fantastic signal of that relationship that we want to build. He underlined as part of that visit a firm commitment to taking ambitious climate action in pursuit of the goals of the Paris Agreement and the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. He made a keystone of this particular visit green growth, how we can build cities for the future, how we can build the best kind of environment for our children and for our grandchildren. A vital part of the success of any government, of any administration, is how we can help tackle these challenges, these global challenges, and do better for our citizens and for our people. I'm so pleased that Prime Minister Johnson and Prime Minister Modi agreed to cooperate closely in fulfilling the respective climate action commitments announced at the COP26 conference in Glasgow last November. Our two prime ministers have enjoyed a fantastically close working relationship and a personal relationship, and both of them are determined to accelerate the transition to clean energy. The UK PACT and the GRCF fund support countries that are able to join with us in accelerating that low carbon transition, looking at projects that promote a greener, cleaner, and more resilient future. In India, our funding focuses on two themes: on greening financial systems. How can we enable and unlock the financial sector to support industry, to support administrations, to support municipalities, to develop the kind of investment in infrastructure that is sustainable in the longer term? The second theme is on how we can move our urban transport systems, urban mobility, and how we can electrify that more with electric vehicles, looking at other forms of public transport, electric trams, electric metro, a much more sustainable basis for helping our citizens travel around the cities in order to work and in order to travel to their places of business. It's a great pride to me that 3 urban mobility projects have been shortlisted from India, and that one of those projects was indeed in Gujarat, a huge area of value to us. And I'm so proud that Gujarat was a prime candidate for that particular source of funding. We aim to advance more equitable, accessible, and cleaner transport systems across Asia, and with a particular focus on electric vehicles. And we're really happy to note that this project that we are funding here in Gujarat is going to accelerate the transition to electric mobility for 2-wheelers, for 3-wheelers, for our public transport systems, for our buses, and indeed we hope for citizens around the country who will make a choice in the future to renew their cars and look at electric vehicle options for their particular transport needs. We focused that both on, this project is focused both on Ahmedabad and Mahesana, and we are really pushing hard to help them develop the sustainable, affordable, inclusive, low carbon future. As we continue to manage the impact of COVID, we face an important choice for how we build back our economic recovery, how we invest in greener, more resilient projects and solutions, and how we lock in the idea of cancelling out the polluting emissions for decades to come. We want to build back better. There is a global consensus that we have to that our future has to be powered by renewables and by energy that can be electric-based, hydrogen fuel-based, and that's definitely the future of transport. There isn't a trade-off between green and growth as before. As my Prime Minister said, by embracing green technologies, we actually enable our countries and our economies to become even more resilient, even more prepared for the future, even more successful and profitable. The global trade in low carbon goods is expected to grow from £150 billion to 3 to 5 trillion pounds in 2050. And so in 28 years, we will see a fantastic increase, an enormous increase in the value of a more environmentally friendly, greener economy. And we need to embrace that and recognize what we do now in order to unlock all of that potential. The UK has walked this path for many years. We've been making great progress. But between 1990 and 2018, the UK has nearly halved its carbon emissions. We're now down to 43% of our emissions from 1990. In the same time, we have grown our economy by 75%. Our emissions are now lower in the UK than they were in 1880. Last year, we announced an ambitious plan for another green industrial revolution, which included banning the sale of new petrol and diesel cars by 2030. We want to be the first UK wants to be the first country in the G7 to decarbonize road transport. Everything will be electric, everything will be, or will be hydrogen. Looking at clean energy, looking at clean buildings, looking at new natural and innovative technologies, the plan that we have embraced will create and support up to 250,000 highly skilled green jobs, 2.5 lakh new jobs in the green sector. That is something we're very proud of, and we're sure India can match this and indeed do better. Let us talk a little bit about the UK-India collaboration. India signed up to the Zero Emission Vehicles Declaration at COP26 in Glasgow. It is a breakthrough on road transport. And since then, we have stepped up our bilateral engagement on electric mobility. There are 3 important areas of partnership as far as clean transport transition is concerned. The UK and Indian Prime Ministers have launched a roadmap that details all of our collaboration, our strong ties on climate, electric mobility, on battery manufacturing, amongst many other key areas. NITI Aayog have developed an e-Amrit awareness portal designed by UK companies and launched at COP26, one of the many examples of how we can collaborate together to accelerate the uptake of electric mobility, how we can encourage our citizens to embrace these new technologies and be part of that change, that transition to the future. I'm delighted that we have a similar ongoing collaboration with the Gujarat government. Gujarat government is going to get its own version of an awareness portal, an electric vehicle awareness portal. And that's something that's really exciting. It will explain to citizens the benefits and the real value that you get from investing in modern mobility, such as electric vehicles and such as hydrogen. We've also got technology partnerships that are taking place between UK and Indian companies in this sector. Just during the Prime Minister's visit, a company based in Chennai, Switch, have announced a new program of investment to try and develop more electric vehicles for the Indian marketplace. A fantastic step where UK and India are collaborating together. What we do at the local level is the most important. Gujarat has a very progressive policy, a state policy on electric vehicles, and consumer and industry measures that are very friendly, boosting electric vehicle demand, supporting the installation of infrastructure, charging infrastructure, and encouraging the manufacturing of solutions that will help support this electric transition. Through the fund, we have partnered at a city level in accelerating low carbon transition, looking at cleaner, greener, and more resilient projects to try and develop. And we are committed to doing that again in the future, in years to come. We want to ensure this funding continues next year and looks at a wider range of opportunities to try and support that kind of transition here in Gujarat. And so I'm very pleased to announce that going forward, through our technical assistance program, we will commit another 2.5 lakh funding to enhance the vital work that we've done last year. I want to congratulate the Gujarat government. I want to congratulate the Municipal Corporation of Ahmedabad. I want to say thank you to CEPT Research and Development Foundation, to the Gujarat Energy Research and Management Institute, to the Department for Business, Enterprise and Skills in the UK, to the University of Leeds, to the University of Bristol, to Brunel, all for joining with us and successfully completing this project. It is really important that we continue this collaboration where we can bring expertise together, we can bring knowledge, technology, and finance all together to deliver the benefits for our citizens. I hope this workshop today will be a great success. I thank you all for your time, and I thank you all for joining us and participating in the transition to a cleaner and greener future for Ahmedabad, for Gujarat, for the UK, and we hope for the rest of the world. Very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Cook, for this enlightening keynote delivery, highlighting India and UK's partnership, the need for building back a better world, which is more environmental friendly and also climate oriented. Thank you very much. Due to certain urgent meeting, Municipal Commissioner Sri Lochan Sara had to leave. He has a meeting with the Chief Minister, and he has conveyed his best wishes for this workshop. Not been able to be here today. We have with us Mr. Arjav Shah, Deputy Municipal Commissioner, who joined us on his behalf. Welcome, sir, Arjav. Thank you very much. And we also have, we were expecting Mr. Udit Agarwal, Collector, Mahesana. Again, due to pre-engagements, he has deputed Mr. Chetnis, who has joined us. Welcome, Mr. Chetnis, for the workshop. Moving forward, I would like to request our project partner, Dr. Rongwi Liu, who is from the University of Leeds, to deliver the concluding remarks and vote of thanks. Rongwi, floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Swami, and thank you, Mr. Cook, for taking time to giving us your opening speech. And as the lead partner from the UK, I'm very happy to be able to involved in this first joint Indian-UK research investigating public transport electrification in Indian cities. And I would just like to thank Shalini and the whole of CEPT team for your tireless effort in organizing this national dissemination workshop. And thank you for the speakers, especially our distinguished today. And then finally, I would just like to thank the audience and the participants for your interest in our work in research into this very exciting research area in electrification and green mobility. And I hope you will find our research interesting, and I look forward to your participating and especially your contribution and the suggestions which will influence our the next phase of our collaboration. And with this, I would like to opening the workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, Rongwi. Now we move to session 2. That's the session on public transport electrification strategy for Ahmedabad. And we have with us today for this particular. I hope Mr. Peter Cook, our Deputy High Commissioner, sir, I hope you will continue to be here with us for the entire workshop, and grateful for this. I request, we have scheduled the following sessions. As part of the session, there are 6 presentations. We begin with PT electrification in Ahmedabad, an overview, an inclusive approach for formulation of PT strategy, non-user choice analysis, operating strategy and action plan for electrification of public transport in Ahmedabad, and contracting strategy for electric buses in Ahmedabad, and then power flow analysis and grid strategy. These 6 presentations will be delivered as part of the session. And we have also invited 2 experts in the subject, one Mr. Shailendra Kaushik and Mr. Madhav and Mr. Lagupara. Okay, all the 3 have joined, and I would like to welcome all of them for this particular session. Thank you for taking your time and being with us to be expert commenters on the presentation which will be made as part of this presentation. I now request Dr. Shalini Sinha to the first presentation is by Shri Arjav Sir, Deputy Municipal Commissioner, Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation, who is also, he holds several important portfolios, and at least two of them matters the most for all of us. One is transport, another one is finance. Okay, and therefore he is able to complement and support mobility related activities for several years. Welcome, Arjun sir, and I would like to request you to make this presentation on public transport electrification.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah.
Yes, this is the first slide. This is the slide. This is the first slide of our FITI. Ahmedabad.
On the presentation mode, please.
Are you been able to see my presentation?
We are able to see it. Would you put it on the presentation mode? On the bottom, there is this. Shall we present it from here? Okay. Oh, yeah, it's done. Yeah. Okay. Please go ahead. We can see this. Yeah.
Okay. Ahmedabad city is the seventh largest in India with 7.3 million population as per 2021 data. Its population growth is 2.4% annually, and decadal growth rate is around 25%. Ahmedabad city is passing through at present 37% developed area, and added 37% area is added in last one decade. At present, population if Ahmedabad city's population is 7.31 million, which was in 2011 as per census, which was 5.67 million. At present, annual growth rate of Ahmedabad city is 2.4%. Ahmedabad city's total area in square kilometer is 489. And at present, developed area is totally around 271 to 275 square kilometers. At present, Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation is operating around 1,000 buses on the road by its two main organizations. One is City Bus Service, that is called AMTS, and second is called BRTS, that is Bus Rapid Transit System, operated by Ahmedabad Janmarg Limited. AMT is the Ahmedabad Municipal Transport Service is having its at present 687 buses on the road. All of them are Euro 4 and Euro 6 conventional buses. And Ahmedabad Janmarg is operating 385 buses. Out of that, around 200 and 202 buses are electrical buses. Ahmedabad Janmarg Limited was initially introduced BRT system in 2009. At present, it has extensive network of 130 kilometers, and it has best practice case for many other Indian cities. One of the largest successful implemented BRT system in India is Ahmedabad Janmarg Limited. It's a special agency or SPV, special purpose vehicle, established by Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation. AJL or BRT is pioneer in operating e-buses in India. Currently, it operates about 200 electric buses. Already, I was earlier told you. And Ahmedabad Municipal Transport Service, that is called City Bus Service, is operating 687 conventional buses. At present, Ahmedabad Gandhinagar Metro project is in operation. Construction is in construction phase, operated by Gujarat Metro Rail Corporation Limited. Ahmedabad Gandhinagar Metro GMRPL. Its phase 1 is north-south and second is eastern-south, total 38 kilometers. Phase 2 is Gandhinagar connection, Ahmedabad Gandhinagar connection, that is 34 kilometers. Currently, both are under construction. Second, city has got second transportation system, what I earlier told you, BRTF network, Ahmedabad Janmarg Limited. It has got a total network of 130 kilometers. Out of that, 89 kilometers are operated in corridor, and 41 kilometers are operated in mixed traffic. To BRTF's total number of routes of 18 routes are operated by BRTF, and total BRTF station is 179. BRTFF total fleet size of 385. Out of that, 183 are of conventional BEF and 200 are e-buses. 202 buses are e-buses. We have got daily ridership of 0.17 million. Daily ridership, 0.17 million population or ridership. Third one is Ahmedabad Municipal Transport Service, PT bus service. Its total network is 676 kilometers, and it is operated in developed areas. Coverage is 95 kilometers. It has got total 149 routes, and total ridership is 0.34 million per day. AMTFF got around 2,170 stops on the total 676 kilometer routes. At present, e-ticketing currently, since last 2 years, we have switched from predominantly paper-based system to e-ticketing system. And recently, GERMI Smart Card has been introduced as an initiative toward finger ticketing integrated freight journey. Ahmedabad is a pioneer in e-bus operation in India. At present, total 200 buses are operated at BRTF in corridor. In 2019, we can say that we by Ashok Leyland, we have kept 32 and 17 buses at Naranpura and Ranip depot. It has battery capacity of 345 kilowatt per hour and 129 kilowatt per hour. Its range was 240 kilometer and 70. We have added another battery capacity is 196. Its range is 131 meter at a one stroke, one. It is operated on gross cost concept. We have added 60 buses at Naranpura depot, and its battery capacity is 176 kilowatt per hour. Its range is around 120 to 140 kilometer. It's also operated on gross cost concept model. All buses are charging overnight and also in the afternoon, opportunity charging in afternoon for 45 minutes. All buses are operated on gross cost contract basis. In this slide, we can see that a statement by Honorable Minister of Road Transport and Highways in 31st August 2021. He has said that the government intends to have electric vehicle sales penetration of 30% for private cars and 70% for commercial vehicles, 40% for buses and 80% for 2 and 3 wheelers by 2030. We can say that at present, currently 20% of total bus fleet is electric in Ahmedabad. Additionally, 150 e-buses, more e-buses procurement is under process, and it will be added by next 2-3 months, maximum by July 22 in our fleet. Out of that, 100 buses will be operated by Ahmedabad GERMI Limited on BRTF routes, and 50 buses will be operated by Ahmedabad Transport System, city bus, to start e-bus operation in city bus operation. Finally, I must say that UK PACT study and FITIF experience would be helpful to formulate long-term strategy for upscaling e-buses operation. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ajay, for giving us a detailed presentation on electrification of public transport in the city of Ahmedabad. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Shailendra, Executive Director, Center of Excellence in Urban Transport, who also coordinated this project, to present her research work on inclusive approach for formulation of public transport strategy. Shailendra?
Thank you. Just once, I'll just share my screen. Just want to quickly check if this is visible to all.
Yes.
Thank you. So So I'm going to talk about on this project how gender and social inclusion was an integral part of this project, and how we had taken consideration of including that as part of the methodology or the approach of the project, as well as in terms of finally coming out with recommendations which are more inclusive. So very quickly talking about the project context and how this project came about being, there has been a lot of emphasis on by the central government for the transition to the electric mobility. However, in reality, despite the funding scheme under the FAME, the uptake of the electric vehicles has rather been slow. And whatever e-mobility transition that has been happening mostly as standalone projects where few electric vehicles have been added to the fleet. At some level, there is a disconnect at the policy level and the local level in terms of how do you have a strategic plan at a local level for transitioning to the electric vehicle adoption. And there are multiple reasons for this. One of the reasons could also be the lack of awareness of the cities on the climate change mitigation, and also limited capacities of the cities to assess the requirement and the approach for electrification of vehicles. In addition, there are aspects like procurement, financial barriers, technological barriers, which requires all of this, which will affect the decision making. And hence, this project was formulated thinking as if we have to translate the policies at the local level, how should we go about doing that? And unless we do this, we'll not be able to have sustained efforts towards transitioning to electric mobility. So very quickly talking about Ahmedabad, I think the context has already been given by Mr. Ajar. The city is about 7 million currently. The city has already procured 200 buses which are operating on the BRTS corridor. So Ahmedabad has a BRT system. Apologies for that, just resharing the screen. Right. So, and we share, so Ahmedabad has city bus services as well as BRTS system. But if we will also be looking at some numbers there, the share of public transport is currently declining. So when we were formulating an overall strategy for this project, we thought about the different aspects that we'll have to look into. Learning from international experience was one part of it, reviewing the EV ecosystem at the national, state, as well as the local level, looking at the existing e-bus operations, but at the same time, looking at the user's perception of the existing AMTS and BRTS was equally important, and also trying to understand how are they perceiving these new electric buses. Stakeholder engagement with the formal public agencies for e-bus transition, and finally arriving at what are the gaps and what needs to be done. So this is the existing public transport network, the BRTS network spanning over 100 kilometers. Ahmedabad Municipal Transport Service, that's a city bus service spanning over 700 kilometers. And there is also an upcoming Ahmedabad Gandhinagar Metro Rail Corridor, so north-south and east-west alignment, about 38 kilometers. If you look at the overall coverage of the public transport system, that is the BRTS as well as city bus services, about 96% of the total developed area is covered by public transport service, and about 93% is covered by the population is covered by the public transport service. This is taking a walking distance about 7 to 8 minutes, so 500 meters walking distance. But if we go dig a little deeper and try to look at the population coverage by high frequency routes where people don't have to wait for very long, so the headway is less than 10 minutes, then we have only 53% of the population which is covered by that. Specifically because the social inclusion was an important part of it, we mapped all the EWS housing locations in the slum locations in the city. So you can see all these red dots and the yellow dots there. And how well are these locations located within the catchment area of the public transport is what we were trying to assess. So we could see that about 50% of the EWS housing locations were were in the high frequency areas, and 75% of slum locations were in the high frequency areas. And again, towards the periphery, we could identify areas which were not really covered very well with good public transport service levels. To understand the travel preferences and the perceptions of people, there were 3 sets of surveys that were undertaken. The first one was we wanted to target the low-income communities, including women. And we identified 12 low-income settlements in the city, some of them which were within the catchment area, some of them which were beyond the catchment area. And also a geographical spread was ensured that we're not really targeting all the locations in the same part of the city. So 12 such locations were identified where focus group discussions were undertaken. The second was talking to the existing electric bus users about what their perception of how they're finding the new electric buses. And these surveys were undertaken on board the buses. And the third was targeting other mode users, so private mode users, as well as the auto rickshaws, to assess, these were targeted at the major destination nodes and the parking locations to understand how are they perceiving if the bus service is improved, the electric buses come in, would they be interested in transitioning to the new improved public transport services? So the focus group discussions on the map, you can see these small circles. So these are the 12 locations where focus group discussions were undertaken. This was undertaken in partnership with the local NGO, Awas Seva Trust. This was because we wanted to ensure that we get representative from different parts of the city, and we get good participation from each of the communities where we were going. And after these focus group discussions were held in the month of July and August last year, post which, once we had consolidated the findings, we also undertook a stakeholder meeting where we invited about 20 participants, representatives from across these 12 settlements, to come and just validate the findings that we had received. So if you look at the profile of the respondents, we can see that more than 50% were females. We had representation from different age groups. Most of the respondents predominantly were involved in the informal sector. The household income levels up to 15,000 per month. So we're actually looking at the poorest of the poor here and trying to get their perceptions on the public transport services. The service feedback and the concerns ranged from service related, ranged from the staff behavior related, specifically related to the women and their safety, also concerns about the affordability and how that impacted women more adversely than men, and how women had to travel much longer distances, either walking because they were not able to afford the shuttle auto rickshaw services when the bus services do not perform up to the level it should be. So quickly summing up what we found from talking to people was AMTS buses, people find that to be a very affordable mode, but they report that there is a significant service quality deterioration over the last decade. The bus frequencies are very low. The information on the service levels are not there. The buses are not very reliable. The driving conditions also are not very smooth, and sudden braking is happening. Specifically with respect to the staff behavior, conductors not returning balance amount while purchasing ticket, staff not really cooperating in terms of providing them information about the services. In terms of the BRTS, people were very happy that it was a fast, comfortable and reliable service. However, there were concerns with respect to last mile connectivity because BRT is only 100-kilometer network and it's not really connecting end to end. And there's a general lack of comfort with the smart cards. They're not very comfortable using the new smart cards, and they needed more support there. And again, some inputs with regard to improvement of staff in terms of providing information, supporting them as and when required. Some safety concerns in terms of the poor driving behavior, improper docking at the stations, and early closure of bus doors, and overcrowding leading to harassment concerns for women in particular. When we talk to the commuters of the electric buses, most of the respondents found the electric buses to be very comfortable. The noise levels they reported was much lower. It was very smooth travel, and most of them felt that it would be a good idea to transition the entire fleet to electric. So if we quickly look at the observations, BRT service levels are good, but the city bus services are not really faring up to the mark. And as a result of which, we are slowly losing ridership in Ahmedabad. The PT share has declined from 22% to 13% over the last decade, which is not a very positive thing. So some action areas that we were able to arrive at was in terms of the service quality improvements, bus fleet addition, staff training on customer orientation, need for bus route rationalization to connect to major demand centers, need for focusing on women's safety. And also this brought out key concerns regarding the performance monitoring that was being done and how there's a need to have performance indicators which are in line with what users want. While all of these action areas can be taken up as action points with the local with the public transport agencies, but two more strategic points which came out was electrification strategy in itself does not really make sense unless it is tied to the overall public transport strategy. And therefore, electrification strategy is a means to improve the public transport service levels in the city, and that is how it has to be looked at. The second is there were a lot of inputs that we received in terms of access time or egress concerns, wait time, travel time concerns, and if this could be incorporated as a part of the decision-making framework, it will be really helpful. So taking a cue from that, what we did was there was a scenario impact assessment framework that we formulated for this study, wherein the scenarios that we'll be talking about a little later, we were trying to see to what extent it led to reduction in the GHG emissions, how does it impact the financial performance, but more importantly, how does it help in the overall accessibility improvements, which is very, very critical for the users. So we have talked about two sets of indicators as part of this project. One is the service accessibility in terms of how quickly or how easily are the people able to access the bus services from their origins or from their residences. This is similar to the PTAL that is done by the London Transport Authority. And the second one is the destination accessibility in terms of how conveniently, how accessible are the destinations, including not just including the access, egress, wait time, travel time on the buses, and also the transfer and the egress time. So these are some glimpses from how we have tried to use these indicators for assessing the overall service levels. So for example, what you see on the left is the service accessibility. So that is how accessible are the bus services. So the green lines or the green band that you see, the dark green band, are showing that those areas will be able to access the bus services within 10 minutes. And again, yellow one is showing 10 to 14 minutes buffer. And we can see large bits of orange, which are there, which are indicating that the access times, the service access times are greater than 18 minutes. If we improve the bus frequencies, don't do any other change, but just add more number of buses. So we're just doubling the frequencies. How does that help in improving the service accessibility? So we can see that earlier it was 25% of the population was within 10 minutes, that increases to 26 minutes. But we see a lot of change happening in the greater to 18 minutes category where it has decreased from 19 to 7%. Further, if we increase it further by 200%, again, that 19% essentially becomes 3%. So we can see, so this mechanism could be, this indicator could be used to visualize where the changes are happening and are we actually making an impact where the service levels are pretty poor. The second indicator is looking at the destination accessibility. So we looked at destination accessibility for the work centers, for the health facilities, and also for the education facilities. So, and trying to identify how accessible are those locations. So what you see as the red dots on the screen are the major work centers in the city. And so we can see that, for example, Ashram Road and CG Road, the dark green line. So those areas could be accessed, can access the nearest work centers within 15 minutes. And if we look at the red ones, those are essentially greater than 60 minutes, orange is showing 45 to 60 minutes. So we can see that in the existing scenario, we only have about 32%, which are within 30 minutes travel time by public transport. But if we double the frequencies, so if we increase the bus frequencies by 100%, we can see that it increases from 32%, it increases to about 43%. Similarly, for the health facilities, we can see which are the areas which are having, so the orange and the red areas are having not very good levels of connectivity. And if we improve the bus frequencies, how that is changing. So we are proposing this as a framework for analyzing any future PT interventions. Those PT interventions could be route changes, could be changes in the service frequencies, increasing in the route coverage areas, if we are having seamless transfer facilities which are being, interchanges being developed, or we are having improved speeds by increasing, because of the bus priority measures. All of these interventions can help us assess what is the impact on the accessibility. And it can also help to assess, or identify where the areas which need targeted interventions to improve accessibility. Therefore, quickly summing up, so electrification of buses, we are looking at it as a means to improve the overall public transport. The accessibility indicators are very, very important from the user perspective. We also need to look at the key performance indicators and have more user-oriented indicators put in there. And we have been able to identify specific interventions towards customer orientation, like staff training, information dissemination of new initiatives. Some of these things will also be carrying forward in the next phase of the study. So that is where I'll stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Shalini. Now we have invited three commenters who are subject specialists. We have with us Shailendra Kaushik. He is a transfer planner with over 25 years of experience. His work is focused on public transport, project development, and advisories across Asia, Europe, Africa, and Middle East. He also works in Latin America and Pacific. Currently, he is leading a 4-year-long project in climate-friendly bus modernization project in Chennai. Shailendra, would you have any quick comments on Shalini's presentation?
Yeah, thank you, sir.
We will have time at the end of the all the presentations, more elaborate discussions. We keep this for quick comments or clarifications this session.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thanks. Hello, everyone. Hi, Shalini. Nice work you are doing. I think electrification strategy is something which cities in India need, and as you summed up, that the capacity building of these cities in appreciating the electrification is very, very low. So right now we are working in the state of Tamil Nadu with helping them with electrification of buses, and almost the issues are same everywhere. So just quick comment on your presentation. So you've shown that the PT share across Ahmedabad, despite having BRT and bus system and electric buses, also is declining. So is it declining across the BRT also, or is it specific to only the AMTS buses?
It is. It is not on BRT, Shailendra. It is mainly on the city buses. That is because we have not really been adding as many buses as a city needs. In some ways, the bus numbers are not been going up.
Yeah, so basically, if you go deep into that, so PT share is not declining because of lack of service, it is because lack of buses. So that is what I can basically understand. And if you see on BRT, the PT share is increasing, and I'm sure the same is for electric buses also. So as you provide a comfortable transit service, the people are bound to travel onto public transport. So this shows that. So, and you've also shown some other indicator in terms of, gender safety and accessibility and other things. So my suggestion would be, if you can plot all these indicators across these three, form of service. One is the normal bus service and BRT, and then electric bus, and see that how, as you increase the comfort level, your risk factor in terms of taking the PT will reduce. So that shows that electrification is the business case in terms of moving forward for attracting the public transport user onto these public transport services. So second, in terms of, you've shown the access time or the accessibility index. So one of the intervention you suggested is to increase the frequency of buses, which will help reduce the accessibility, or help improve the accessibility. So have you also looked into the first mile, last mile improvement, that what would be the improvement if you do, more than, rather than increasing the buses, if you also look into improving the first mile, last mile connectivity as well?
All right. Yes, Shailendra?
So Shailendra, just quickly commenting on that, there are different sets of measures that we are suggesting in terms of how the public transport levels can be improved in the city. So number of buses increase is one of them, and but also there are other sets of measures that we're presenting. But in this case, I think the objective was also to suggest a larger framework which could be used for evaluating such interventions that the city is planning.
Okay, fine. Yeah, these were my two quick comments, sir.
Thanks, Shailendra.
Yeah. We have with us Mr. Madhav Pai, Executive Director of World Resource Institute, India. He spearheads large urbanization policy and prototyping research work. He has done significant contribution in development of public transport in India through World Resource Institute. Thank you, Madhav. Welcome. Any quick comments on Shalini's presentation?
Thank you, sir. And thank you, Shalini. I think it was a really good presentation. I think the main point that you're making, that, electrification of buses should be seen as an opportunity to improve public transport, right? I think I think primarily, I think this is a point that we need to really make very consciously, more broadly. So I think that overall message is very good. I think, even if, the thing is, with buses, one thing we always see is there is the life of bus, right? So every 7-8 years, the buses get old, and typically we don't save money for renewing the fleet. So you see a general deterioration, quality of buses, and some go, and as a result, you need to, put some capital in every so many years. And I think even if you see, BRT actually was actually, where it started, it was an opportunity to infuse capital into bus systems, right? There is a challenge of bus system, because life of bus is a sort of is a challenge. And so this now electrification also, we should see, ideally, I think has to be seen, and not just, I think in India, as an opportunity to infuse capital. And once you bring that capital, then we have to see how do we best use it to reform, all of the things that need to be done, right? We need to drive fare integration, as much as possible, find ways to, keep fares low, but still keep quality high, leverage technology to drive, maybe move to air conditioning on all of the buses. So, these kind of sort of quality things that we need to do, and some reforms, system reforms. See, typically, you talked about doubling of frequencies, but, it's like all of the things, right? The quality of the buses, the quality of the quality of technology, again, that has improved. So how can we also maybe use this capital that comes, look at it as a part of the overall investment program, and then see how we can improve these things that, like, you just suggested increasing frequency of buses. But I think in addition to that, whether it's improving quality of drivers, driving fare integration. It's all of the things that makes using the buses that much easier. And so we need to use this as capital, new capital in that whole system, and see how we can use it to drive a much more of a comprehensive sort of reform agenda, which includes sort of, these things like fares, drivers, buses, which is the one thing that will happen, but also whether this allows us to relook at routes and route planning, because, that has been, I think, and then, because the cities also change and you need a comprehensive effort on route planning and things like that to happen. And I think once we look at these sort of 4 or 5 factors, then I think that would, and I think that point you're making, I think not only is it relevant for Ahmedabad, I think that is a point that we need to really drive, because there is this whole push of electrification of buses. And sorry to say, I was in a couple of webinars where they were saying, oh, let's run the electric buses on profitable routes because we want their uptake to be fast. But that's not the point, right? We're trying to put them on routes where there is low air pollution. Where you want to lower air pollution, they may be on very congested routes, they may not be profitable. So I think to think about it as a capital infusion into an overall system, and then sort of really using this as an opportunity to rethink, if you think about it, it's a 1 crore almost sort of per bus. If you're talking about, say, even in a place like Ahmedabad, about 1,000 buses, that's 1,000 crores of investment. Now you can really use that to think about what you can do with 1,000 crores of investment to make buses better in Ahmedabad. And I think once we start with this goal, I think that allows really for us to think very comprehensively about the reform, and that is the opportunity. And I think as much as possible, if you can drive that message, I think that will be extremely valuable to do. So yeah, that's my main comment. I think, and I think, like you've said, you set it up for scenario analysis. So, you can really develop very clear, clever policy measures that can be developed to improve ridership and uptake. Just one question. How much of this is impact of COVID? And if you were able to isolate it in any way possible, and just the fact that bus companies have suffered a lot. So how much of this sort of decrease in ridership do you attribute to COVID, and whether there is a way to sort of correct for it, and then so that was my only other question.
So the numbers that we have shared is actually for 2019, and of course the numbers went down even further because of the COVID, and now it's kind of resumed. So actually the decline that has happened is pretty much the decline that has happened under 2019 is what we are reporting here.
And do we know where the loss is mostly to two-wheelers, or is there somewhere, what is the modal shift that we are seeing, or is it to three-wheelers?
So that's a little difficult to comment on entirely because we don't really have a complete household survey information available with us. But based on whatever surveys that we have done with the low-income communities or with the user groups, it seems that there has been a shift to two-wheelers as well as to a lot of shuttle auto rickshaws, especially in the low-income communities.
All right. Thank you, Madhav. We have a third expert commentator, Mr. Laghu Parashar, a former colleague who currently heads GIZ's Smart SUT project. Laghu, could you quickly your comments on Shalini's work?
Okay, thank you, Professor. Thank you, Shalini. Yeah, I've been asked to give the comment, but it's very hard to give the comment for Shalini's work. Since I've been asked, I'll give some comments. So, Shalini, sorry, I skipped initial slides, so probably I may have skipped the context also. But yeah, I think somewhere you started with a kind of a e-bus perception and the electrification of buses. Then we talk about change in frequency and the destination accessibility and all these things. I think initially you were talking about the user survey or user who are already using the electric buses. Okay, and I think this create a kind of a foundation for degree of attractiveness of the user towards the electric buses. Okay, did you find anything that degree of attractiveness? Probably the model, the typical model which we use for assessing the ridership, is the degree of attractiveness of the user is higher for electric buses as compared to the normal buses? Number one. As a user, public transport user, I may be wrong. As a public transport user, I'm least concerned about the propulsion of the bus or entire public transport system, whether it is diesel, CNG. As long as I'm getting it at my bus stop in 5 minutes or 7 minutes, it's fine. If I'm getting one electric bus in 15 minutes, it is of no use for me. So, and that is the reason I think all our public transport arguments get into the selection of technology, be it metro, BRT, monorail, electric, non-electric, low floor, high floor, all those arguments, instead of a user-centric. So somewhere the user has some other expectation which you have established in terms of accessibility, high frequency, and all these things. But at the same time, when we are creating an argument for electric bus, did you find anything in your study? Because somewhere you mentioned about the onboard user survey, okay, of the electric bus. Did you find anything? Okay, if all these buses will be replaced by electric buses, the chances of the ridership increase probability will be higher as compared to the conventional buses. So did you find that the utility factor, so-called, which we talk about, is different from the electric buses? How does user think? That's very important. As a user, this is my perception. Probably I may be wrong. I'm just single sample. But did you find anything? So it will be very interesting for a larger framework for electric buses.
Thanks, Ladhu. I think that's a very, very valid question. And that was, we also started out with a similar perception that for users, they need to have a bus frequently, and it doesn't really matter whether it is an electric bus or another conventional fuel bus. And so there are 3 sets of surveys that we undertook. One is, of course, talking to the people who were using buses, electric buses, and talking to them and asking them in terms of how they're finding the ride and what were their experience. We also talked to the low-income settlements to understand their perceptions of generally about the bus services, and not really specifically going by the technology, because that doesn't really make so much of a difference. And there we found that the overall public transport service quality levels had gone down, and therefore people have more. The third is essentially talking to the non-users, so as to say, and talking to them about the choice analysis. So will there be interest? So that's the next part of the presentation that Jaita will be making next, in which that has been covered. And rather than me answering that question, I'll leave it to the next speaker to answer that question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, Lagu, got something?
No, probably I asked, my question was a little early, sorry.
I'd also like to request Mr. Peter Cook if he has any thoughts on this presentation. Mr. Peter Cook, sir.
Hello there. Sorry, I just took a little while to unmute. I apologize. I've been paying very close attention to the conversation, and thank you. Shailendra, I am fantastically impressed at the work you've done to try and kind of break down and understand and analyze the characteristics that make up for this. It's not so much a comment, but more a question, I suppose. And forgive me, I know it's not the time for questions, but I wanted to kind of say, one of the things I know that in all urban systems, in all urban, in urban utilities, one of the biggest challenges, and I think this is the biggest problem for cities in India, is the scale of growth, the change that we expect to see over 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, is way in excess of anything that Western cities have had to cope with. And so the strain on public utilities and on public transport is going to be immense in the scale of growth that we are going to witness in the major cities of India. Obviously, we know that most of the cities here the estimates suggest that these will be amongst the fastest growing cities and the fastest population growth across cities across the world. And that is going to present a unique set of challenges, which any administration is going to really struggle to grapple with. And so I suppose one of the questions which arises, and I don't want an answer because I suspect it's a very difficult answer to provide, is how one can try to future-proof, how one can try to build in the analysis that we do now, the planning that takes place now on how one can develop longer term strategies for coping with that growth. Mobility is going to come under immense strain. So any step we make now is going to be positive. The more steps we can make now, the more positive that change will be. But I just recognize the scale of the challenge is quite staggering. And I'm just so glad, and I hope Mr. Sarah will forgive me for saying this, I'm so glad I'm not the municipal commissioner in Ahmedabad, because I think that's going to be a real headache in how we can cope with this for the future. Obviously, as we look at metro systems, as we look at the pace of change even in Ahmedabad, but look at Surat, look at Rajkot, look at other cities around India, Bangalore and Hyderabad, Chennai, etc. We're going to see this trend continuing. So I think the experience that Ahmedabad can develop now in that analysis is going to be particularly significant. I'm sorry that's not really a comment, it's just an observation, but I really recognize it as being one of the most challenging aspects of any future urban mobility system is how to cope with the scale of growth. So I admire you all for even trying to answer that question, even though it may not be easy to answer. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And here we have a large group of people participating in this workshop. I would like to request if they have any questions, please put it in the chat box. We'll take it up at the end of the session today. Yeah, we'll try and answer all of them. In the meantime, I'd like to take you to the next presentation. An interesting work by Joyita Chakravarti and Rongli, my colleagues on the project, on non-user choice analysis. Joyita and Rongli, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Would that be Gaita?
Yeah. Jaita, are we audible?
Yes, yes.
Are you able to share the screen?
No, I'm not able to share my screen.
Just 1 second.
We'll share it from here, this side. Yeah.
Can you try again, Jaita, for sharing?
Yeah. Now it's
Okay. Okay.
Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Okay. So this part of the presentation, it focuses on the non-users. So what are the choices that the non-users of the public transport, like the people who are not using the public transportation currently, so what are the choices that they are likely to make regarding the public transport system? So what we wanted to understand is who are the potential users among this, who are going to be the potential users who are willing to shift to the electric bus services, so if it is introduced. So we wanted to understand about a brief socioeconomic and travel characteristics, and also the service attributes related, which would attract the non-users, the people who are not using the public transport connectivity. So we designed a survey for the non-users, and it was a stated preference survey. And the outcome that we came up with is a sensitivity analysis towards the services attributes. And we will also discuss some of the most shift scenarios. So the question that was asked to the respondent was that if you have to travel within the city and you have two alternative modes of transport, and also you have the possibility not to travel, then what are you going to choose? So, so we designed the stated preference cards, and the participants they were intercepted in the street. So each respondent they had to answer four choice scenario. So the one here we have an example of the SP card that we provided the respondent. And also the level of the alternatives changed from the one scenario to the next, and we used a de-efficient experimental design in order to iterate with the value levels. And all apart from the stated preference scenarios, the individuals were also asked to answer about a short socio-demographic and their some attributes related to their attitudes. So, so if I am going to explain the speak card that we provided the respondents, so we provided the current mode that the respondent is using. So, for example, say motorcycle, and the other mode that is the bus, and then the third option being that they don't want to travel. So we specified some of the choice attributes like access time, and which varied from a time of 3 to 10 minutes. Uh, so and also we have another attribute waiting time which varied from 5 to 15 minutes. Travel time transfers. So we also tried to look at some of the important characteristics which is said to be more important in case of electric bus, noise levels and transmission, where we took three value levels, that is normal and steady, loud and buzzing, yes. And for the emissions, we took another three value levels, that is non-noticeable and pleasant smell, and irritation and coughing. Also, we also included the attribute of whether if the bus is an electric bus or not. Um, and some of the value labels we tend to keep it as a fixed value label, so like access time and waiting time, which were considered to be zero for motorcycle and car. Similarly, transfers were also considered to be zero, and anything which was not related to bus, and it was always considered as always seating. And the electric bus and the BRT lane, these attributes were only included for the bus option. And also no AC was considered for autos and the motorcycles. Uh, for the cost, the fare of the bus we considered the range of 10 to 20, and for the motorcycle we considered for a range of 10 to 40. We created the sample survey location map, and we collected around 400 polling, out of which 21% of the samples were male who were using the motorcycles, 13% being the female. Um, for the car, majorly males were the dominant drivers, and auto rickshaw, more or less the similar, 20% being female and 13% being male. So a brief overview on the monthly income of the sample will show that mostly the the income the mean income lies between somewhere 50K to 70,000 K. So that's monthly income that is considered in the sample. So and for the age group, mostly the um, for the auto rickshaws users, they are mostly below 45 years, and cars are mostly predominantly between 36 to 45 years, And similarly for the motorcycle, also a similar kind of trend is observed. This, moreover, the young age group, like less than 35, they are also more prone to use the motorcycles. So for the prediction of the choices of the individuals, we used a district choice model to analyze the choices that the respondents have recorded. District choice models are mostly based on the random utility theory, and where the alternatives, they are completely defined by their attributes. The individuals, they tend to choose the alternatives, giving on based on the highest utility. So when an individual wants to choose whether an apple is going to give him the more utility, or the orange is going to give the more utility, their preference is going to be based on the attributes like color, sugar, and weight. So, the utility is going to be determined based on the attributes of the alternative. So, definitely, if we have enough sample size, we can definitely predict what the individuals are going to choose using the DCM. So, for our case, we used DCM, and we had certain key findings from the analysis. Um, uh, Noise and gas emissions were not found to be significant. The main thing was the sensitivity and the perception. It actually varied too much among the individuals, because um, different individuals, they perceive the noise and the gas and emission levels in a very different way. And also there can be another possible reason why noise and gas emission didn't come out to be significant is when people don't value this attributes as relevant when they're going to select what transportation mode they're going to choose. Um, the respondents also do not value the presence of the air condition in any significant manner. So, as expected, the richer individuals or the high income individuals are more sensitive to time and crowding. Although they are less sensitive to the electric buses and the cost. So since they are more sensitive to time and also the service, the level of comfort, the, so they are highly unlikely to use the public transport, even if we improve the service. The group which is more likely to use the public transport are the low income individuals, because they were found to be less sensitive to time and crowding, and and also very highly sensitive to electric buses. So basically, it is because that low income individuals tend to associate the electric buses to a more higher level of comfort. The presence of electric buses definitely has a positive effect on the probability of riding the bus. So more likely the low income individuals are going to shift to the public transport if electric buses are introduced. So also we looked at the willingness to pay, where we try to look at how the respondents are um, um, associating different attributes with the monetary valuation. So out of the all these variables, what we found is uh, only for the electric buses, the respondents are willing to uh, pay an additional fare, whereas for other attributes, the respondents are um, uh, not willing to pay, and rather they need a discount, the maximum for being the overcrowded scenario. So the electric buses are considered as as an attribute where the respondents can actually pay for an improved service. So across the income group, so not only in the low income and the medium income group, but also among the high income group. and the medium income group being much more sensitive among all the income groups. Based on our models, we tried to look at what is the modal shift that can actually um, can take place if we are introducing the electric bus in a particular route. So we considered one route for BRTS and the other route for the MTS. So the BRTS route we considered for Maninagar and Kumakam, which has a route length of 22.8 kilometer and with a total operation fleet of 28. And looking at the current modal share and the travel time and the cost that we have, we tried to simulate, and the baseline, the simulated result, we achieved the percentage or the market share for the bus around 14%, where the current mm, market share for the public transport is 13%. So for the improved scenario where we considered the reduction in the waiting time. So we considered the half of the headway. So currently the headway is the 6 minutes, and for the improved scenario we considered an waiting time of 3 minutes. And also we introduced an electric bus, and also we reduced the so for the baseline case we considered the bus to be an overcrowded, and for the improved scenario we considered where the people can get a seat, or the seats are available in the bus. So the market share we can see that there is an improvement in the market share for the bus, which can increase from 14% to around 24%. Um, Also, there is a significant increase in the market share for the 15K group and the 15,000 to 25,000 monthly income group, so which is from 29 to almost 52, and for the second group, that's 16% to 30%. So it is kind of almost like doubling the market share of what is actually the baseline market share currently. Based on this graph, where we can see like this is the, the left hand is the baseline scenario, and the right is the improved scenario, where we can see that there is a jump in the modal share for the bus. Also, we looked at the impact of the fare that can happen on the mode choice. So, as expected, so if we are not improving the service level and we are increasing the fare, the market share is definitely going to reduce. And even with the current fare, if we are improving the service level, um, then definitely the market share is going to improve. So the major increase we can observe in for the 15K group and for the 20K group. So the vertical line shown here, it represents the current fare, so which is for the BRTS route, it is 27 rupees currently. So next we considered for the AMTS, which is Sarkej to Chinubai Nagar, where the route length is around 26 kilometers, with the total operation fleet of 22. And the headway for this particular route is 12 minutes. Um, so similarly, we achieved for the simulated baseline scenario, we achieved a market share of around 13%. And here also a similar trend is observed. So mostly like if we are introducing the electric bus, so around we can see like both for AMTS as well as BRTS, the market share comes to around like 24%, with the significant effect observed among the 15,000, less than 15,000 group, and the 15,000 to 25,000 group. the similar case as we have observed for the BRTS, so the similar trend is also observed in the AMTS, where the jump is observed for the public transport in an improved scenario. Similarly, the current fare for the AMTS is 18. So even with the current fare, if the service level gets improved, the market share is going to increase significantly. But for a income level of 38%, it is almost linear. So that there is no significant change in the market share in that particular group, since as we have already discussed from our finding that they are less sensitive to they are more sensitive to the time and crowding, so they are very highly unlikely to shift to the public transport. So the major group which can be our target group, who can actually shift to public transport, are the low income and the middle income group. Thank you.
Thank you, Zaita. Dr. Ongwi, would you like to add from your side anything to the presentation quickly?
Thank you, Professor Swami. Thanks for Jaita for presenting these studies. And as I say, this part of work is jointly carried out between the University of Leeds and CEPT, and the survey was conducted during a difficult period over COVID. So I'm really glad that we were able to still manage to obtain a large sample of survey results to carry out this study. And the significance of it, especially in being able to quantify and the willingness to pay, and that would give us a solid ground for future quantitative analysis of cost and benefit analysis of any public transport improvement schemes. So I think that there are still lots of analysis we could do, not only from the data we already got, and also for our next phase of the project, more research and survey could be conducted in this area. Thank you.
I would like to request our expert commenters to be very brief. We will answer them at the end. Very, very quickly, if there are points to be made. Yeah, Lagu?
Yes, very quickly. Yeah, so Jaita, I think I'm very happy that somebody has touched upon this subject. Okay, I've been looking for the answer since long, ever since we are talking about the electric buses in this country. And yeah, and it can only come from the CEPT and the Professor Swami and Shalini team, of course. So thank you very much. At the same time, I have a I would like to probably you touch upon later on, not now. It looks like a very simple answer, okay, from the study which has been done, okay, based on the 500 sample, that okay, if you give the choice between the two-wheeler and the electric buses, that low-income group seems showing inclination towards the electric buses. Probably, and somewhere the reason given for the low-income group was, I think, comfort. Somewhere they feel okay that for the comfort they are ready to shift in that electric buses. Have the comfort factor has been revalidated with the user already using the electric buses? Okay, that's something need to be checked. Okay, whether what the perception they are making, because whenever we do the such kind of analysis, we do the ultimate objective of this analysis is a cost benefit analysis. Okay, this all goes as an input to the cost benefit analysis. Okay, so when you talk about the apple and oranges, are we also giving the choice in terms of banana? Okay, probably third food. Okay, so probably if I ask, okay, now you are eating orange and we are giving you apple, if I give him third alternate, like you would like to have a banana also, and these two different scenarios can be looked at, and it will go as a cost benefit analysis. It might give a different input and okay, what will benefit in long term or short term more. Uh, so I think this ultimately go into the cost benefit and the GHG emission, all those analysis. So somewhere we are trying to validate and revalidate. Uh, to me, it looks currently it looks a very simple answer. Okay, if you provide the electric buses, people will attract, despite the fare or no fare improvement or not. I would like to get into further deeper into this, but I think I would say it's a very good start. Somebody has started working on this. It's much appreciated.
Thank you. Madhav?
It's a 2 point. I think great analysis. I think this is, I think how we should be planning, doing routes and, that just 2 point. I think one, I think we should do some scenarios which are start charging for parking of two-wheelers, right? And so because that cost we are holding constant, but if we start, I think that scenario modeling, we need to show policymakers that if you start charging for parking, then what is the impact? And the same thing is, I think the safety indicators on two-wheelers. I mean, all our research show that there is a fairly high health cost because 4 out of 10 people get into major incidents and they actually have major lifestyle implications. Because so I think both on the two-wheeler side, if we can add some of these costs and then also try to do I think that would be also useful, and then that also we should show to policymakers. And then so that's just a suggestion. I think on this side, I think, of course, I think, this is a great analysis. And I think, we need to mainstream the use of this kind of analysis as we do more route planning, etc., in our cities. So that's all from me.
Thank you, Madhav. Shailendra?
Yeah, thanks, sir. I think it's a good start at Lagu says. So congratulations with the research. See, my simple question is when you went to the survey, so how did you define the electric bus? Because if I'm a user of low income group, I generally, don't differentiate between an electric bus or a BS6 bus or, because for me, the bus is, the low floor BS6 bus or Euro 6 bus is almost equivalent to electric bus. So what are the attribute, this is number one. Second, have you also kind of tried to capture for motorcycle that rather than, why would you move to electric bus, why they are not using the public transport? And then try to see that, what are the gaps in the current bus system and whether electrification will be able to fill that gap. Otherwise, modeling is, fine as Madhav says. So this is a good start in terms of how route planning should be done in Indian cities, and mode shift should be kind of, taken care of, because there are several other cost parameter also, because the fundamental factor is the cost for a user. So parking will come in. So all those things you must be taking care of in terms of making this further study in the next stage of research. But these are the two questions from me: that how did you define the electric bus, and have you also tried to capture that why they are not using the bus?
You can take.
Request Mr. Peter Hook if he has any quick thoughts on this.
Thank you very much indeed. And thank you again to our analysts and indeed our other commentators for their thoughts. I'm very impressed, and indeed I'm slightly in awe. I'm certainly no expert in this area. But one of the thoughts that occurs to me is again to kind of explore how our financial systems may be able to help support some of these challenges in moving to a more electric-based urban mobility system, electric buses, looking at other forms of transportation, looking at the two-wheelers and three-wheelers, how we can tackle parking, how we can tackle safety, crash helmets, the ways that we can behave. And I think there is some space still to explore on how we can get financial systems to step in and play a bigger role. Whether it's, for example, in making insurance systems more accessible for people who purchase electric vehicles, greater incentives that an electric vehicle may be a safer vehicle all round, not just in pollution terms, but also for for other uses as a means of incentivizing people to look at electric mobility as a solution. The more so if we can encourage them to invest a little more into things like crash helmets, into things like dedicated spaces for parking, or segregated lanes where two-wheelers can travel much more safely than in the fast lane of some of our wider roads, where cars are going a little bit more, cars are traveling at a higher speed. I'm just thinking there is, I think, a little bit of space there which we could explore further. And maybe that's something that we could take away and look at as part of next year's funding. How we can use financial systems to enable some of this transition, unlock some of that potential, particularly on electric buses, how we can choose more effective routes, how we can try and ensure that the main carriageways across the city can be maximized, can be made most effective. I think there's a space here for us to explore that in a bit more detail, and that's something which I'm very fascinated about, to see how we can marry finance into this in a bit more way, in a bit more of an effective way. Thank you very much. It's wonderful to listen. I'm learning so much.
Thank you, and it's an interesting dimension that you have added. Jaita, there is also a question on gender, whether we did any analysis on gender. Since you need to leave, would you like to quickly respond to it? You are Rongvi. And while you think of responses, I would also like to formally recognize the credit to Dr. David Palmer, who contributed to this study as well from University of Leeds. He's not here today, but thank you, David. Yeah. Please, Jaita.
Thank you.
Yeah, Rongvi, may
Jagita, yeah, you go ahead. Yeah, about the gender issue.
Yeah,
Please.
yeah. So currently for this particular study, we haven't included the gender perspective, but
Right.
definitely we will look forward to include it as a part of in the next stage of this work. And any other question that you would like me to answer?
Yeah, can I just add, yes, that's something also, as I mentioned, given the COVID and the slightly more restricted survey we had to conduct, and the gender issue has been a strong point at the very beginning of this proposal when we put in that, especially for cities, like Mahesana with intermediate public transport, and we felt that the gender and as well as the socio-economic background would be a significant factor influencing people's choices of modes of travel, use or not use public transport. So that element is something we would be taking forward in our next phase of the project. And I would just like to take this brief moment to thank all the commentators for your endorsement, for the kinds of quantitative analysis we do, and for your further comments and suggestions. And I would also very much like to thank Peter Cook for your suggestion of us looking into the financial models of how we can support the introduction and moving electrification forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Rongvi. We now move to the next session next presentation. Just as a comment, a poor woman traveling in electric AC bus is definitely an empowered woman in many ways. If we think of traveling in this summer heat, yeah, and talk to any woman in the bus, you would realize how happy and grateful they are for the city to provide such a service at an affordable price. Yeah. Now we move to the operation strategy and action plan. We have with us this work actually happened along with AJL, Mr. Vishal Kanama, General Manager AJL, under the leadership of Arjav Shah and the Municipal Commissioner. And then we have Kailan Modi, who worked with Vishal. And we also received input from Jeff Turner. Okay, I invite Vishal and Kailan and Jeff to make this presentation. Kailan?
Yeah, thank you so much. So in this session, public transport electrification strategy for Ahmedabad, we will be presenting on strategy formulation for public transport and its electrification. This presentation is compiled. This presentation and the findings from the study are compiled by Mr. Jeff Turner, Mr. Vishal Khanama, and myself. So we all know, but it is important to see the facts that why electrification should be prioritized. As we know that fuel prices are going up rapidly. I'll just give an example. Like last year, CNG price was about 55 rupees per kg, which is now almost about 80 rupees in the city. And diesel prices are also going up. But on the same side, the battery prices are going significantly down. And that is where the electrification comes into the picture. It also has a lot many other benefits in terms of GHG emissions and quality of service and all. But from the cost perspective, this is really important. The presentation structure will be, we will be looking at the key learnings from the international cases, the long-term future public transport strategy formulation for city of Ahmedabad. What will be the public transport share in 2031? What should be the electrification share in public transport? And assessing through impact assessment framework, we will have the results. And taking those things as an input, we have developed some kind of action plan for the service standard enhancement and action plan for the e-bus operations. So key takeaways from the international cases, political will and the need for financial support from the government side. These two are the key things to upscale e-bus operations in the cities. Requires piloting and experimenting. Like we cannot, when we are trying with a new technology, it has to be up on a pilot base. We have to make innovative procurement process for the e-bus. We cannot go ahead with conventional procurement process for the e-bus as CNG and diesel buses. It's a new technology, new stakeholders came into picture, and so it has to be an integrated planning approach while we are planning for the e-bus. For operational strategies and the charging strategies, it is more contextual. City to city, it varies, and so that depends on city's route structure and so many other factors. And the last thing, which is more debatable, and as of now, we do not have a clear-cut answer on that, should we have higher battery size buses, or should we go with lower battery size with the opportunity charging facilities? But many cities and many studies found out that opportunity fast charging with a lower battery size would be economical option and provide more operational efficiencies. Coming to Ahmedabad, what should be the public transport share? Currently, city population is 7.2 million. In 2011, the public transport share was 22% as per IMP study. Looking at the current ridership trend, the levels, the current public transport share is about 13%. And our strategic transportation plans target about 35 to 40% public transport share in 2031. But in last one decade, public transport ridership has gone down. So in consultation with Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation and the AGL, have developed few scenarios based on the public transport share and the fleet requirement to achieve that ridership levels in future. So we have business as usual, that is 13% public transport share with 1,000 buses, almost about 1,000 buses. Then 20% share with 2,000 buses, 30% public transport share with 3,000 buses, and 40% public transport share with about 4,000 buses. And based on the discussion and the consultation with AJL, AMC, AMTS, 30% public transport share is something which is practically achievable with all the measures what we need to take now, which require about 3,000 buses by 2031. When we have some targets, we need to plan for the, we need to start planning from now. So these are the 4 lines in the graph, talk about the different fleet size by end of 2031. And to achieve that target, what should be the procurement phasing? So if we talk about 3,000 buses in 2031, on an average, we need to procure about 300 buses from now onwards. So every year we have to procure 300 buses. And that will also include the replacement of the existing fleet, because the existing fleet also is there on road since a couple of years. And when we plan for the cost economics, this procurement phasing is also important there, because it associates with a lot of cost planning and everything. Now the next question is, what should be the electrification target for public transport? As Ministry of Transport and Highways, Sri Nitin Gadkari and Government of India have already been set that there are some targets. So at an India level, 40% e-bus has been set as a target by 2031. And when we talk about the average target at India level, obviously the cities need to go beyond that to meet that average target. So there are 3 different scenarios in terms of electrification: 40% electrification, 75%, and 100% electrification by 2031. And we can adopt anything out of this. So the second scenario, which is 30% and 3,000 buses scenario, if you want to target about 75% electrification, that means we need to procure about 2,300 electric buses by 2031. Currently, the city has about 18 to 20% share in electric buses, with about 200 electric buses in 1,100 buses. So this was the overall study approach, starting from identifying the issues from the focus group discussions and the overall systems assessment, then taking those as an input to see what should be the future public transport share and the electrification share, and testing through the impact assessment framework, which includes accessibility, GHG emission assessment, and the financial performance assessment. So these are the 3 key assessment framework, the key aspects of the assessment framework, which goes into the strategy formulation and finally the action plan for next couple of years. So for GHG emission estimation, the spreadsheet-based tool has been developed where vehicle kilometer traveled and the emission factors are the inputs to this model, and it estimates the overall total GHG emissions in the city. Quickly, if we look at the results part of it, then this graph represents the total GHG emissions for future years, 2031, in tons per year. So on the x-axis, we have different scenarios, and these are the numbers, these are the scenario description, where if we just see scenario 4, scenario 4A and 4B, so it talks about 30% public transport share and 40%, 75%, and 100% public electrification in the public transport. So So what we have observed through this assessment is electrification of public transport will reduce some of the GHG emission, but if we improve public transport share along with the electrification, then the synergy will give us a significant benefits in terms of GHG emission saving. So if we target about 30% public transport share, then probably about 20 to 25% GHG emission savings we can achieve by 2031 compared to 13% PT share as base. The second aspect, which was financial impact assessment. So financial model has been developed for all these scenarios and permutation combination. So total cost of ownership assessment and the revenue was estimated for the scenarios what 20%, 30%, and 40% PT share. And these are the key performance indicators generally all the transit agencies compare, that is total cost of ownership, EPPM versus CPPM, cost per passenger kilometer, and the operating ratio. So while we were developing this model, and so we found out very interesting inferences. So let's focus on 30% public transport scenario. And so overall assessment framework says that we have a saving of about 23% GHG emission savings with 30% PT share. But on financial aspect as well, we have 100% electrification buses. That means all the 3,000 buses will be electric. The overall average CPTM will be about 60 rupees. So this CPTM is about is for the average of next 10 years with all the escalation considered in the model. And when we have 40% electrification, the average cost per kilometer will be around 67 rupees. So we'll be having a range of CPTM from 67 rupees to 60 rupees if we target electrification from 40% to 100%. So these are the three key findings in terms of long-term strategy for the electrification. Electrification without fleet enhancement has no major impact on GHG emissions. Electrification of buses as a means to improve public transport, an integral component of public transport strategy for future years. So as we have also seen from Jaita's presentation that e-bus comes with its unique features, that is comfort and the quality of service, as it has a very less noise levels and vibration. So if we improve along with this good quality buses, if we improve our accessibility and the frequency, if we provide more supply, probably we can target about 30% public transport share in the future. And e-buses seems more economically viable in future, as because the battery prices are going down and the fuel prices are going up. Now, from the service quality enhancement, Mrs. Vishal Khanama will take it forward.
Thank you, Kailan. Thank you. Now, regarding the service quality, I would like to start with that. Now, everybody is talking about the client satisfaction, but customer satisfaction. But now the new term is the customer delight. If you provide a better experience to the commuters, then the people will shift from private transport to the public transport, and then we can achieve this. We can increase this public transport share from 13% to 30% as we expect. So considering that parameter, we have conducted the FGDs and all other parameters, and we have come up with this two strategy. That is first one option is that the AB Connect, that is currently we in city we are having a two separate transport authority, that is AMTS and BRTS. And if we connect that AMTS and BRTS, that is AB Connect, that will give you the better seamless transfer to the commuters. It will increase the frequency to the commuters, and it provides a feeder to the BRTS service, and overall high frequency coverage to the untapped area also. And we can also cover the low segment people of the city. Regarding the second option, that is a radial route. If we look at the existing Ahmedabad map, we have so much untapped area. If we want to tap that area, then we should have that radial route also. These radial routes not only they improve frequency, but it also connect the newly untapped area or lower upper segment. And for transit authority, it will have a win-win situation for AMTS and BRTS. We can increase our ridership from existing scenario, and this will also leads to the again very much opportunity of the physical and the fare integration. And currently we have identified the 20 routes for the option 1. And if we look at that 20 routes, then we need at least 189 buses for that new option 1. And if we talk about the second option, that is a radial route, then we have identified the 12 routes and we require 128 buses. So as rightly mentioned by Kilan, if we increase our bus size year by year, then we can achieve our public transport share in coming years. And this will lead to the frequency, high frequency service coverage. And again, this was one of the important parameters that we have discussed in our FGDs. Looking at the more into the detail, I have jotted down the one route that existing. We have taken one route. That route length is 9.2 km and the current headway is 60 minutes. But if we look at that AB Connect, then with same route we can have a headway of 10 minutes. So this kind of AMTS and BRTS integration will really help to the city and provide a better opportunity to the commuters. And regarding a new radial route, we can also think about the newly untapped area of Vaishno Devi and the South Bhopal. And we can also have a 10 minutes headway bus to the new radial routes. Now, the important aspect that is a last mile connectivity, you can have a AMTS, BRTS connect option also. But apart from that, the AJL has introduced the e-rickshaw to provide the last mile connectivity. And we have started with the pilot operation from commercial areas. And currently we are running 10 routes with 60 autos, and we are getting a good result of this auto. And based on this result, now we are planning for 600 more autos into the city. And in this way, we want to cover the untapped commercial and the residential area. And we need to focus that the last mile connectivity in the real sense. Currently, we have introduced a Sawari private operator who is engaged into this, providing this kind of last mile connectivity. Most of the commercial users are using this kind of services. And again, it's affordable, frequent, and accessible. Now, again, the important parameter that we learned from our pilot, that if you provide a fare integration, then you can survive with this last mile option. So we are working on it, and we'll be come up with some more features into the last mile connectivity options. So finally, summing up my action plan, that option 1 and 2 both are the good for the improving the service delivery to the commuters. And apart from that, we need to improve our physical pedestrians access to the bus stop also. We need to focus on the better footpath. We need to have a focus on the better connectivity to the station. That is also the one important parameters that come up with the FGDs. Third important parameters that you should provide a safety to your commuters. So by installing more cameras into our existing, currently we are having 590 cameras into the system, but we may increase our surveillance camera into the other parts of the depot and other parts of the corridors, especially for the providing a safety to the woman. So that can be also one of the important parameters. And the last option, that is providing e-auto last mile connectivity to the other untapped area of the city. Again, also the good important action plan that we should on the focus on. So that's from our AJL side. Thank you. Thank you, Kilan.
Thank you, sir. It was a good start to target 30% public transport share for future. Now, coming to the city's experience and the key learnings, as we know that Ahmedabad is a pioneer in operating e-bus operations. Since 2018, we have HL is operating e-buses, and currently HL is operating 4 different kind of e-buses. So these are the 4 different types of battery sizes which HL is operating, and each one of them have different characteristics in terms of the energy efficiency, in terms of its actual range, in terms of en route range with 20% SOC. So all of these have implications on the operation side. So vehicle utilization, it's a key operation performance indicator for transit agencies. And if we see on the left-hand side graph, that's an average vehicle utilization by different type of buses. So if you look at diesel and CNG buses, we have pretty much good vehicle utilization from 200 to 216 kilometers. Where if we see on electric buses, we have 347 kilowatt-hour battery, 120 kilowatt-hour battery, 176 and 196 kilowatt-hour batteries, and all of them are close to 190 to 200 kilometers as a vehicle utilization. 347 achieves 225 kilometers as a vehicle utilization. So, and if we look at the maximum vehicle utilization on the right-hand side graph, the electric buses can also go up to 270, 250 kilometers in a day. So we can state that vehicle utilization with lower battery size should not be a problem. AJL is currently operating with the desired or assured kilometers, we would say, and we are able to match the vehicle utilization. So, however, we are able to meet the assured vehicle kilometers, but it's also important to see how much is the dead kilometers, non-revenue kilometers in that vehicle utilization. So just to see that part, what we have just taken one typical route, route number 9, that has about a total of 26 buses, and we can see from the first bar on the y-axis we have dead kilometers. So there are 3 different types of buses on this route: diesel buses, 347 kilowatt-hour battery, and 176. So higher and lower, both the battery size buses are there on this route. And these 4 scenarios are the hypothetical scenarios, taking the same location and the same route to estimate the dead kilometers. If we have all these 26 buses as a diesel buses, we will be ending up with 138 kilometers as a dead kilometer. If we use 347, that is higher battery size buses with 20% SOC, we will be having 178 kilometers as a dead kilometer. The same buses with 15% as SOC, because it's a higher battery size buses, we have that leverage to go up to 15% SOC. So in that case, we will be having dead kilometers similar to diesel buses. And the 4th scenario is lower battery size, which is 176 with 20% SOC. The dead kilometer is quite high. So it's a comparison for the non-revenue kilometers for different battery sizes. And the point we are trying to make here is that the depot locations and the terminal locations which we are planning to introduce charging facilities, those should be synchronized with the route alignment. So it's a map of the depot locations. We have the BRT network in the red, and the blue dots are the CNG and diesel depots, which are en route and which are close to the terminals. If we see Ordo, Chandola, and the Zundal, those are very close to the terminals, where the green dots are electric depots. Ranip, which is close to the depot, but still 2.5-3 kilometers away from the terminal. We have Naranpura, which is slightly off track, but not close to the terminal. And we have Vastral, which is completely off track from the BRT. And the dead kilometer from the schedule is what we can see here. So based on the schedule, the dead kilometer is about 14%, and in diesel buses it is about 3%. So it is very crucial to plan our infrastructure facilities, which are depot and the terminals, And we also ran a few more scenarios, because currently there are 3 operators, but the chargers are not interoperable. If we introduce interoperability among the chargers, we should be able to save about 250 kilometers in the non-revenue kilometers. If we introduce few more terminals as opportunity charging for midday, we will be able to save about 900 kilometers. And with depot and the terminal together, we'll be able to save about almost 1300-1400 kilometers. Route and energy efficient, this is another aspect which we have compared. So on the right hand side, we have a normal distribution. And if we see green line and the pink line, which are these routes on the periphery. So those are the high, good performance in terms of energy efficiencies, where we touch to city center, more congested and traffic areas, our energy efficiency goes down. Few key observations. Having range anxiety is a critical aspect. Private depot locations planning and the terminal locations planning is essential to bring operational efficiencies. And depot should be planned close to the terminal. Terminal-based opportunity charging and interoperability will again improve schedule flexibility and ultimately increase the revenue kilometers. Mixed battery sizes would reduce down the overall cost. However, it requires prior planning of the routes and the infrastructure, both together. And in terms of energy efficiencies, some routes are more favorable, some routes are not. And driving behavior is also impact on the energy efficiencies that can also be undertaken through frequent driver training. So taking these learnings as an input for the action plan for the infrastructure identification, in the current system itself, Mr. Khanama has already mentioned about 2 different options, 20 routes from AMTS and 12 new radial routes. And these routes will have e-buses operation. So which are the new depots we can introduce, which can be converted into electrification, and which are the terminals which we can convert in, we can have the terminal opportunity charging facilities. So based on transportation problem in Excel itself, the simulation has been done, and these are the 2 locations identified for both the options, and to minimize the dead kilometers and increase the operational efficiencies. So this can go into the as a plan for next couple of years. So that's it. Essentially, we are saying infrastructure planning, depot locations and the terminal locations should be planned prior before we plan procuring electric buses. And as part of next steps, as a part of UK PACT extensions, we are trying to cover training for public transport agencies, officials, and towards the customer orientation. And we are also planning to have visits to different cities where with the good practices in e-bus operations. And we are also trying to come up with the electrification strategy for intermediate public transport for city of Ahmedabad. Thank you.
Thank you, Kellen. With the permission of the expert comments, I would like to go to the next presentation by Professor Gautam Patel. He will be discussing the contract strategy for electric buses. This is an experience-based assessment over the years, how things have moved, what seems to work, what do not seem to work. I think, and then we will take up questions at the end of Gautam's presentation. Sir, floor is yours.
Good evening, everyone. Can you enable my screen sharing?
Is it working now? No?
No, let me just check.
I'm sorry. In the meantime, if Jeff has any additions to the previous presentation, I would invite Dr. Jeff Turner.
Thank you, Professor.
Sorry, I missed calling you before. Yeah, apologies. Yes, please.
No, nothing extra particularly to add. Just one extra thing was the review also looked at experience for informal public transport and IPT from an international perspective, as well as the more formal large bush operations that we're talking about. And the key from that was that there is even less experience globally with regard to IPT and informal public transport in terms of electrification. So even less experience globally to learn from. But the cases that there are, and one particular one is South Africa. Back to the question and the comment that Madhav made, which is the case aligned and integrated the electrification approach or the change of fuel technology approach with reform to the overall public transport system in terms of this IPT approach and the quality of that service. So that integration between the electrification and service reform, as it were, was one of the examples of that case. So just to add that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Gautam?
Can you see my screen? Yeah, all right. All right, good evening, everyone. And we had very interesting discussions on a variety of issues. I think Helen made this point very interesting that besides the climate-friendly case for electric buses, we have an economic case also, which strengthens the case for electric buses. So going forward, I'd like to add my 2 cents on the contracting, because in Ahmedabad we have had a very interesting journey on the contracting side and on the business side of adoption of public transport buses. And now we are in the phase of electric buses. So we are probably into the 3rd phase of this kind of contracting. So I'd like to in very quickly take you through that journey a little bit in terms of sharing our experience. And second part is I'd like to make some of the suggestions in terms of the strategies that could be adopted. Right. All right. So, right. Okay. Well, just to provide the background, Ahmedabad's journey into public transport in the modern sense, of course, it has been in public. Ahmedabad has been providing public transport since 1947, but in terms of having private sector involved in procuring, owning, operating buses, the journey started with the Ahmedabad BRTS project in around 2008, 2009, where the first time the challenge came as to how to provide for buses which are specially designed for BRTS. And at that time in the country, there were very few manufacturers who could actually deliver a bus of that specification. So as part of the first procurement, the specifications were the broad functional specifications were provided by the BRT company, and the operators were actually invited to come and provide, make a bus actually of this kind. They were invited to go over to Colombia and look at BRTS services and the buses there. And so that was how the the outsourcing industry in Ahmedabad started. At the same time, of course, it started in a few other cities. But Ahmedabad was one of the pioneers in what we widely now know as the cross-cost contract, where the buses are procured, owned, and operated by the private sector, and they're paid for providing a bus service rather than a bus. So they're paid on the amount of business they do with you. That is, you paid on the number of kilometers which you provide, and you provide a bus along with the driver, fueled, maintained. So that was the first experience. The contract period was shorter at 7 years because those are diesel buses. second round of bus additions came around 2014, 2015, where the buses actually were provided by the government of India under a funding scheme. So they had to be mandatorily owned by the government organization, the transport agency. But as a modification to the earlier contract, the buses procured and owned by the public authority were outsourced to the private sector operators for operation and maintenance. So it's kind of a modification there, very successful one. And of course, the third generation of contracts was with the electric buses, and the much improved contracts where the factor of bankability was added. All right, just to give you this broad idea for those who are not familiar, I know a lot of you are familiar with the Ahmedabad contract model, the GCC model, which is widely used in the country. But so very briefly, for the electric bus gross cost contract, the private sector is contracted by the public authority or by the transport agency. And the private sector comprises of both the bus manufacturer and the bus operator as a consortium. And that consortium actually owns the bus, operates it, maintains it, and disposes it. It is given functional specifications to provide the bus. They're not overtly prescriptive, but they are enough to give you an idea of what service requirements are there. And there is a certain promise of a size of the business. Since they would be investing in very expensive electric buses, they are promised 70,000 kilometers of business per year over a period of 10 years. So the cost of the bus, the capital cost, is amortized financially over this 10-year period. And there are various performance standards, etc. What is this contract which is currently used in Ahmedabad? Well, it's a fairly sophisticated contract. In fact, very often I worry that it's something which whether the PTAs can handle a soft contract as sophisticated as this, and it has been borrowed from public-private partnerships in other sectors like roads. So there's a lot of legacy from there. But it's a fairly comprehensive contract which deals with a variety of issues: the product quality in terms of the kind of bus needed, the service levels, which I mentioned, the sustainability of business in terms of the size of the promise of business, the externalities, if there are changes outside the contract, such as force majeure and change in law, the disputes. So mechanisms are there to deal with such eventualities in terms of termination payments and penalties and so on and so forth. And most importantly, as I mentioned, the new aspect of this contract is the bankability, meaning that the operator is assured of payments through mechanisms such as escrow, assured debt payment if there's a termination, and there is something called a substitution agreement, which is a sub-agreement to this agreement, which basically gives the right to the lender to take over the buses and take over the operations in case there's a default on the lending side. So it's a fairly sophisticated contract, and the risks are located fairly in a balanced manner. There is this huge investment risk. We know that in electric buses now the total cost of ownership is lower than diesel buses, but then the investments upfront are higher because electric buses tend to cost more, and therefore there is a huge investment risk which is assigned to the operator, but then he is assured of repayments or the payments in a variety of ways through an escrow mechanism and so on and so forth, making it possible for larger funds such as green funds and green lines of credit to come to this sector. So that's the investment risk taken care of. There's a revenue risk which is passed on to the authority. So the bus operator doesn't have to worry about the ridership. He's just focused on providing the service and providing the buses. And then in e-buses, you have a technology risk, which is loaded again on the operator by having the OEM or the bus manufacturer as a mandatory part of the contract. And the final one is your performance risk, which is in terms of the assured bus availability, etc. A number of liquidated damages are prescribed for this purpose. So this is a fairly balanced contract. As I was mentioning, performance monitoring, there are standards defined in terms of what performance standard, what performance operation maintenance should be done, how the buses have to be operated, maintained in terms of at the depot, outside, and essentially in defining these standards, it is the customer service focus which is maintained and the safety focus. Number of ITS devices are fitted on the bus to, monitor the bus, status in terms of the number of kilometers completed, routes completed, a variety of, public, passenger information systems are fitted on the buses. And there are penalties and liquidated damages. So these contracts have been quite comprehensive. Ahmedabad's e-bus contracts, in fact, the bus contracts, I would like to call it bus contracts, and then now leading to, have actually helped in a variety of ways. For example, the GCC template of Ahmedabad has been adopted by many cities. The city has interestingly spawned an operator industry. So you have Ahmedabad operators operating buses in a large number of other cities today. And this operator industry is actually getting bigger. Now it is accessing institutional funding from banks, which was earlier very difficult. But with better contracts, better assured payments, that's happening. And then the final one, the manufacturers who are actually interested only in selling their buses so far are encouraged to enter the bus service business. So you have the big names of the manufacturing world providing services. If you look at what best practices, that there are, which could be adopted, for other cities. And I'm not saying the Ahmedabad model is perfect. We'll come to that point where the improvements necessary, but there are some things which I think were very, very important for, learnings across cities. The first point is about adopting a technology agnostic contract. Now, e-buses come in a variety of technologies. And Ahmedabad city has been quite clear that they will not pre-select a technology, only favor a particular one. Ahmedabad has already experimented with a number of technologies, even in the e-bus space. For example, the only city to actually have the courage to look at a bus, battery swapping model in electric buses. It is now going for the fixed plug-in model. So that choice of technology is actually in the procurement process left to the operator and the supplier of the bus under the GCC contract. There is, as I mentioned, a mandatory participation of the bus manufacturer, because the earlier learning was that in a complex technology like this, bus operators alone may not be able to handle any technology, and therefore the manufacturer presence for some time would still be necessary. The standard contracts of the country actually suggested that the depot infrastructure should also be developed by the operator. Whereas in Ahmedabad, this is being done jointly between the authority and the operator, because there are parts for which the authority is more capable. And there are areas such as the electric infrastructure, which is part of the electric infrastructure value chain, the charging value chain. That is best left to the operator. So that's how there is a sharing of responsibility contractually. And the final point is an interesting point about flexible scheduling. Vishal is here, and I think a lot of credit goes to him for this. Every bus actually is expected to do about 200 to 220 kilometers per day. However, the bus range in a single charge is 130 to 180 kilometers. So it needs a top up, it needs an opportunity charging. But when it goes to the depot, there's a lot of dead kilometers. Depots are normally, not always situated next to the terminating point. Well, the routes have now been, reorganized in such a way that the dead kilometers are minimized, and some of the routes are terminated at the point which is nearest to the depot. So even when the buses are making this journey for opportunity charging, it is able to take in passengers. So you minimize the dead kilometers. So that kind of flexibility has been built in the operations. If you think about what improvements there could be, now a lot of discussions happened with the stakeholders, with GERMI and other people to see what improvements there could be. One very interesting thought which has emerged is about the contract period. The contract period has so far been defined in terms of years. Maybe we could look at contract period in terms of number of kilometers. And instead of retiring buses all at once at a particular period when you may or may not be ready with a replacement, you could retire them lot-wise according to the the life in terms of kilometers. There is this, need for opportunity charging on the second point, opportunity charging not only at the depots, but perhaps somewhere on the route. And therefore you could have top of facilities, at many locations in the city. A third interesting point is about common charging infrastructure or interoperability. Right now in Ahmedabad, we operate 3 different buses by 3 different manufacturers, 3 different operators, and they all have their individual charging infrastructure separately. So the buses have to go to the right depot where they can charge. Now, if you have charging infrastructure which can charge any bus of any manufacturer, then you have many more charging options. So the interoperability is very important. Electricity consumption in Ahmedabad, in the last contracts, I think we have the electricity consumption, the fuel consumption loaded on the bus operator. Some of the cities are actually the authorities providing the electricity consumption under the benefit of having a cheaper source of power for the public sector. Well, in retrospect, it's best to leave the responsibility to the operator and even incentivize energy efficiency with provision of a bonus. It's been done to some extent in Surat. 2 more points. One is financial planning. We do a lot of planning in terms of routes, in terms of where the buses should be operated. We do limited planning on investment in finance. What is the kind of money required, both for CAPEX and OPEX over the years? What if we are targeting a particular scale, where will that money come from? Can we have transport funds for long-term sustainability? And the final point, my colleagues always point this out, intelligent transportation system, very, very challenging to integrate them once the bus comes in with the existing ITS system. Probably, because the responsibility of integration, somebody needs to take, but no cost is assigned. You're going to experiment here with more costs being allocated to that. As a final slide, I have, now this is Ahmedabad centric, but if you blow it up and say, all right, for the country to have better contracting, better institutional arrangements, what could be done? I have a final slide in terms of what broader measures for accelerating e-bus adoption through improved contracting and integration could be done. Well, this is a big matrix. So I'll just point out the main things. The first point is about the promotion of e-bus use in public transport. You probably need strategies like contracting for a long-term scale. You're contracting, but then you're contracting one at a time whenever the replacement is due. What is the long-term contracting plan? You probably could have a lot of inputs from, if you just start thinking long-term. You need standard models. You maybe need to worry about manufacturing capacities for a long-term scale. So things like that. A lot of improvements could be done in the e-bus procurement processes. You might think of a national pool of pre-qualified bidders, shorten your time, and things like that. So you could introduce new business models. And then I think improving access to finance is very important. Standards, we still do not have standards in the country for e-buses. We have a lot of standards for diesel buses. So these are some of the areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gautam. We completely out of time, but then we have one more presentation. Again, with the permission of the expert commenters, I would like to request Dr. Chun Sing Lai to make this interesting presentation on power flow analysis and grid strategy. Along with Chun, my colleague Jeetal has also contributed to this work. Dr. Chun.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kilian, would you be able to share the presentation, or do I have access to share my screen?
I think you have access to your screen.
Okay, brilliant. Okay, so please bear with me. I'm just going to share my screen. Host this disabled participant screen sharing. Okay, so now I'm a co-host.
Yeah.
Great. Okay, so just okay. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Chung Sing Lai. I'm a lecturer at Brunel University, London. So my area of research, including electrification of energy systems, looking at multiple sectors, including buildings, and of course, in this topic would be transportation. And so I'm a member of the Brunel Interdisciplinary Power Systems Research Center, which has a rather long established history in power systems research in the UK and in the international stage as well. So in this project, my contribution is mainly on the power flow analysis and grid strategy. So working closely with the colleagues within the team on this topic. So just to give a quick introduction, the automotive industry in India is the 5th largest in the world, and it's expected to become the 3rd largest by 2030. So we're talking under less than a decade, and there will be a severe demand in the transportation sector. And of course, this is driven by the increasing population, not only in India, I mean, in worldwide. And of course, as we know, I mean, IPT, intermediate public transports, all kinds of transports will play a major role in this sense. So the long-term market share of EVs in India is expected to reach nearly 40% of the total passenger vehicles. So there is no specifically at what time down the line, but what Bloomberg New Energy Finance envisioned is that in the long-term perspective, there will be a lot of EVs in this case, and at least 40% which will be happening. So as earlier on by other speakers, at the moment, EVs is very low in India, and it's very hard to develop, I mean, case studies specifically with Indian data. And at the moment, this analysis is mainly from the global perspective, using the lessons learned from abroad in many senses. But again, in the coming years, hopefully we will have more additional data, qualitative, quantitative data, and this can be possible with the adoption of EVs in greater scale. However, with the rapid growth of EVs in India, the power grid will face the risk of large EV loads. So using EVs, of course, EVs requires batteries, and batteries uses electrical energy or electricity. And normally this electricity comes from the main grid or the supply of electricity. So of course we are familiar with using the grid for charging laptops, phones, but in the coming future, and already in many cases happening, EVs, not talking about three-wheelers or two-wheelers, in this case, has been used for transportation already. And in many cases, they are low voltage, low power vehicles, again, which uses a lot of electricity from the power grid. So it's important to be able to manage, I mean, this charging demands, and in particular needs to balance the power supply and electricity demand. So this has to be happening in second by second basis in this sense. Otherwise, there will be blackouts in more severe cases, or brownouts in some aspects where there's I mean, intermittent. I mean, some cases you can see the bulb is switching on and off, not in a stable manner. So that is what we mean by brownout. So there are many methods for EV charging. So you can see here the table showing the type of modes of charging, and including what kind of infrastructure is normally used for the EV charging, and what is the power capacity of the charging power. So you can see for the mode 1, we have a small charging power, which we talk about under 3 kilowatt. And this can be coming from common household sockets and cables. ordinary household sockets which can get AC power from the grid. So AC means alternating current. So in many cases, if there is no bespoke or special equipment, it's also possible to charge EVs in low power rating. But of course, this could take a couple of hours to charge a vehicle, depending what kind of capacity or what type of vehicle you are using, either a two-wheeler, three-wheeler, or a rickshaw, for example. So you can see that as we move across the modes, we could even have up to 10 kilowatt or 20 kilowatt charging capacity available, which requires special charging cable or dedicated charging station to obtain greater charging power. So just to benchmark, in the UK, the charging stations are normally 7.5 kilowatt, and this can be installed in households. So this is just the standard charging station. So it's not talking about fast charging. So again, it's a AC to DC conversion or using a rectifier specifically for charging. So just to give a bit more background, in the UK last couple of years, people or the government try to incentivize people to use EVs. And in many cases, at the very beginning, the government even provide subsidies to purchase this kind of special charging cable or equipment to be installed at home for charging. So before, of course, having those charging equipment has to use the main supply, which provides much less charging power, including mode 1. So for mode 4, there's off-board fast charging or DC quick charging paired with three-phase rectifier. So again, rectifier converts AC to DC again, in this case. And when we talk about quick charging, the charging power can be up to or above 50 kilowatt in this case. And the reason DC quick charging can be possible because it normally avoids the conversion from AC to DC and then back to AC in this case, and then DC to DC charging can be a direct approach in charging. So there's less conversion happening. And in the UK, there's a lot of parking lots, which also has the option of DC quick charging. And those are, of course, more dangerous because we are dealing with higher power or higher current equipment. But this is normally the case where you can find it in public places for people to use EV charging. So for my part of the work, my main duty is to perform the power flow study for the electricity system in the city. So when I talk about the system, normally we consider the transmission and distribution systems. So the transmission systems, normally we talk about a higher voltage level up to 400 kV as shown in this figure. And then the voltage would be stepped down into distribution networks, talking about even at 66 kV transmission lines. So the idea about transmission is to minimize losses. So that's why transmission systems typically have higher voltage or lower current in this case. So the power flow analysis is a steady state analysis of the power system, which the power system can be represented by a one-line diagram as shown here. So you have the current ratings of the feeders or the transmission lines, and also what is the rating of each bus bar. So you can see we have MVA, which is the apparent power. And of course, we have the voltage level as shown by different colors, where blue is talking about high voltage, 400 kV, and 66 kV as shown in green, which is one of the substations in here, SBIC station. So typically the power flow study is a study to understand what is the real power, reactive power, the voltage level, and voltage angle of each substations, and also the generators as well can be determined. So it's important to realize this stable operation of the system by making sure that the voltage limits are within, and also the power flow is also within limits. So if over voltage, that could be dangerous for components and also the systems, as well as power in this case. So I'm just going down. Okay, so that was the model or the system as provided by Torrent Power, which is a distribution company within India. So before conducting the modeling, some assumptions are made for the modeling. So PV generation penetration is assumed to reach 22.76% according to the national level. So this paper talking about renewable penetration in India. So for simplifying the analysis, we take the intermittent renewables as only PV generation. As we know, in India, there's abundant of solar energy because of the very good resource. So in realistically, even could up to 30 or even 40%, I believe, now in India in terms of the renewable energy penetration. Considered. So we talk about a four-wheeler vehicle to be 7 kilowatt charging power. So again, this is typically saying we use a dedicated charging station or infrastructure. And also we consider several electric buses in the study. So we talk about 150 kilowatt for charging for e-buses. So for the three-wheeler EVs, which is a much smaller capacity to be 0.2 kilowatt and 0.18 kilowatt for two-wheeler EVs. So again, this is obtained from reports and discussions through colleagues. So we can see from the bottom, this is what we envisioned in 2031. Again, it's provided by Kilin, these numbers. So what is the number of two-wheelers, three-wheelers, four-wheelers, and electric buses? So we could expect possibly we have over 300 electric buses by 2031 within the city. And of course, for the two-wheeler, we talk about over 1 million vehicles or two-wheelers will be using in 2031. So through understanding how many numbers of each types of vehicles, what is the charging capacity for each vehicle, we can say that EVs can reach nearly 20% of demand penetration in 2031. So again, we use the national load curve, which is downscaled to the city region or city demand, and then we find the peaks for the city demand. So the city demand, of course, not only consider EV charging, but talking about using energy for, laptops, phones, lighting, and even talking about cooling and heating. So we use that national load and then find the ratio between the national load and the EV charging demand to be able to determine EV charging will be about 20% in this case by 2031. So here are some data or the curves for PV generation. So we're talking about in terms of megawatt electricity generated, assuming we have about 22% of renewable or solar penetration. We can see there are different bus numbers talking about PV generators installed in that sense. And in this case, for simplicity, we use a perfect solar curve. So we can see that there is no intermittence or, cloud or cover or other atmospheric conditions. And of course, if we continue to use real life data, that would also make the problem more interesting. But for this case, our focus is on EV penetration. So here, just to explain, at a peak, we expect to happen at 12 or 1 p.m. So normally at 12 a.m. that's the peak of solar generation, and of course during sunset or after sunset and before sunrise we don't normally experience solar irradiance. And on the right hand side we can see the two curves at the top, the green curve, which is the inherent load in 2030, which we forecasted, and this is based on the inherent load of 2020 as provided from the one line diagram for each bus bar. So we have bus bar 10 in this case, for example, and we can also calculate what is the load for each bus accordingly, as we understand from how many MVAs. And we use a 6% annual increase in electricity consumption for the inherent load. This is how we extrapolate to obtain the 2030 inherent load, as we can see. And then for the three curves at the bottom, we have 18.7%, and then also two other scenarios if we increase it by 25 and 30% of EV loads. So just to talk about the load curves for EV, these are the typical or generic load curve used worldwide. And EV charging, for example, typically happened during the evening. In this case, when people got home and then would like to charge the EV. This is the general case. So for the load curve, which is in this case more sense of happening during the day, but there is a very clear peak for EVs in this case. So for the power flow analysis, we can see in this color plot, we have the color which talks about how many megawatt is supplied to each node. So we assume we have different generators, so numerous generators for each node. And the color would be consistent for all nodes except for node 22, because node 22 is the generator that provides the flexibility to meet, for example, the peak load. So in other words, 25, 28, and node 1, those generators are mainly to meet the inherent load or the base EV charging. So we can see that for the three diagrams or figures, we got 18.7, 25, and 30%. So this is the penetration of EV charging. As we increase the penetration of EV charging, we can see that the color becomes stronger for node 22 in the sense it turns red or yellow. And this actually signifies that the peak charging would actually affect the power flow or the power requirement in this case. And this is not a good news, because that means we have a very high discrepancies for the generators within the node. And as a power systems engineer, we can say that typically we don't want generators to ramp up or down too often. And of course, we talk about marginal cost of electricity generation. And this can also be more expensive if we have more EV charging demand at a specific peak hour, for example, at 7 p.m. In the evening. So this is for different nodes. So not only talking about the power generation for each node, but we also want to examine the voltage magnitude for each node with various EV load penetration. So in power system analysis, we typically say 1 per unit is the reference number. So per unit system is typically used to exhibit voltage levels. So as long as we know what is the base voltage, then we can convert that to per unit, of course. So we can see in some cases for some node numbers, the voltage can be quite high in this case, and this is due to the position of the nodes and how much EV charging demand is used. So in this case, for the EV charging, we have 18.7 as the reference case as calculated by the survey. numbers. And then if we consider the two scenarios, so if we talk about from 18.7% to 25% penetration, and then we can see that on the color plot, you have, this is the per unit voltage increment. In this case, we have 10 times 10 to the minus 4. So this is a very small number, but in terms of voltage per unit, this is still quite a significance in the voltage change in this case. And what we can see is that as we increase the EV charging demand, actually the voltage would reduce within the network. So this has to be something to be aware of. And 18.7% to 30%. So if we increase the penetration further, the voltage would even drop more. So you can see 10, this is in milli per unit in this time scale. So we can see that as the power requirement increases, the voltage level would reduce. And again, this is happening for one node in this case, and which is concentrated at a certain time. So through the study, we can actually determine several recommendations. So firstly, we can see higher EV load penetration will contribute to higher peak power demands in the evening and requires additional conventional generation to maintain the grid operation. And as we can see, solar PV cannot be dispatched. And in many cases, in some aspects, some conventional generation, so for example, gas turbine or peak power plants, those are used traditionally. But again, either of those technologies are not environmental friendly. So if we talk about a fixed EV load curve, can be quite expensive matter as a power system operator. So there are actually several strategies that can be adopted into addressing this kind of peak EV charging. So one is to adopt smart charging strategies or demand response programs by providing incentives for charging vehicles. So for this study, we didn't examine different charging load curves, but if we want to incentivize people to charge at different times, the most basic way is to provide money to people, or lower tariffs or lower electricity prices, or making people save their money more. So for example, in the UK, there are different ways to incentivize people to charge during the peak or the off-peak time when people are sleeping. And in the UK, the electricity price or the retail price is about 15 pence per kilowatt hour. But this can be reduced to 5 pence per kilowatt hour if charged during the morning, where there's a lot of, much more less demand in this case. And in the UK, the wind, for example, will be kept blowing in some cases. So that's why we still have a lot of energy in this case. So smart charging strategies will definitely play an important role, could be considered in reducing this kind of peak charging demand. And of course, the other aspect is about installing large-scale energy storage devices to accommodate surplus solar energy and to be used in the later hours of the day. So just to talk about energy storage, not only for EVs, but to be able to install this energy storage as stationary storage systems within the distribution networks or even transmission networks. And as other previous speaker mentioned, the cost of energy storage has plummeted due to the economy of scale and the maturity of technology. And in many cases, the technology itself has reached $200 per kilowatt hour. But in reality, of course, we talk about $600 or $700 per kilowatt hour because there's always other costs associated with energy storage, not only the technology or the materials. But again, if we have stationary energy storage connected to the distribution or transmission networks. This can be very beneficial to meet the EV charging demand and also to reduce the curtailment requirement for renewables, which can be used in even bigger manner. So again, even some novel business models to facilitate stationary energy storage. As energy storage, it's not a generator, but it's a storage device, so it can supply energy as well as absorb energy. So it's quite a complex matter. And of course, finally, diverse energy mix can also be considered. So wind power can still operate at night. So this can also be considered in the analysis. And of course, when I say energy mix, not only wind, we can talk about hydro, nuclear, etc. So for example, small modular reactors is something that has been investigated worldwide or in the UK in this aspect. And there are several policy groups actually established to examine the economic and technical feasibilities of SMRs. So SMRs can provide relatively constant power and can be used to address issues to meet the baseload, for example. So I think my presentation concludes here. So thank you for your time and look forward to the questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Jital. Now we go to the quick comments from our expert commenters. We start with Shailendra.
Yeah, thank you, sir. See, I think what you said, coming back to the last presentation on power, because how we can utilize the off-peak is the answer to reduce the peak load. And this is what we are, looking into the cities in India where we are working on, that how even, tweaking the bus schedule will provide some kind of window for charging. So, but for that you need, fast charger. So that is something Indian cities are shy at the moment, but now with growing fleet in different cities and then expansion of the fleet and buying new fleet, so large fleet size will result into having these fast charging infrastructure coming in place. And using fast charger, you can charge the bus in a period of say 6-7 minutes or 10 minutes. And then you can spread the peak, by having a frequent opportunity charging within terminal en route. And coming to Ahmedabad, because you are using the electric bus onto the BRT routes, so that makes a perfect business case to implement the fast charging infrastructure along those BRT corridor, which will basically help you to reduce the peak demand load, because there are certain cities which are in fact thinking that to go away completely with the depot charging, you should have the fast charging implemented along the route itself or in the terminal itself, so that there is no need for having a depot charging infrastructure. So that is something I should point out, that in Ahmedabad, as your fleet increase from right now 200 to either 2000 or 3000, depend upon what scenario, think that how you can utilize the fast charging infrastructure, because fast charging infrastructure can work with the lighter battery, which in a way will make the overall system more efficient. So this is first thing I would want to point out. And second, in terms of increasing the previous presentation, in terms of how you can increase the public transport ridership, where different scenarios were presented. So let me just share the example of Dubai. So about 7-8 years ago, we had almost 6% public transport ridership, and as of pre-COVID year, we were having almost 20% ridership. And this ridership, the plan is to increase to 30%. And how they could achieve in a span of 10 years from 6% to 20% despite the car dependent cities, the RTA, which is the local authority here, implemented several measures. One is, of course, the expansion of the public transport, corridor. So by adding some new routes and other thing. Can you hear us? Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, fine. So what they have done, they have used the on-demand transport or bus on-demand kind of thing to provide the first and last mile connectivity to the metro system. So that is something they have suddenly expanded the area of the metro corridor. So this is first thing they've done. Second, what they've done is implement a parking pricing measures. You know, for example, if I'm traveling from point A to point B, I always look for the cost. So the cost measures or cost function can be oriented towards public transport by implementing some kind of parking strategy or parking pricing. This is of course a political issue in case of Indian cities, but you cannot have public transport ridership grow without any parking measures taking in place. So that is something, second thing which they've done. And then the single fare structure. So whole of Dubai has been divided into 5 zones. So irrespective of number of mode, number of transport, you are being charged from zone number 1 to zone number 5, even if you take 1 mode, 2 mode, or 3 mode. So integrated pricing is another area which they have done. Then development of pedestrian corridors, you know, to reach the bus stop or to reach the metro station, so that it's an easy access and dispersal to these transit systems. So this is something which they have done it. And of course, expansion of fleet is, you know, as a result of this, they have to do it. So number of buses have also been increased over a period of 10 years, including the new 9 addition. So overall, I think it's a great study, sir. I think it's a good start because you have touched upon almost all the aspect, right from planning to procurement to power. Procurement wise, I must congratulate Gautam, you know, for putting up a nice presentation, and Ahmedabad being an innovative city in terms of testing different procurement models. So in fact, you could consider, sir, to have some kind of peer-to-peer learning, because many cities in India are expanding their public transport fleet, and there is a lot to learn from Ahmedabad. So a formal cities alliance within India in line with C40 cities, you know, you can have C10 or C20 cities, those who are expanding the public transport, because there is a lot to learn from each other. And cities learn from cities rather than listening from some kind of, you know, consultant or technical expert, because they would want to hear how Ahmedabad city is operating those buses. So that is what I think, you know, in Indian cities should consider having some kind of cities alliance for promotion of public transport, especially the electric buses adoption.
Thank you, Shailendra. Madhav? Raghu?
Yeah, sir. Yeah, yeah. I think looking at all the presentations so far, what has been done since 2 o'clock, I'm in this call. I think comprehensively it covers all the aspect of electric mobility, including the power, contracting, and the cost analysis, and whatever the constraints and comparison with respect to the operation of various electric buses as compared to the diesel buses, which Kaylan has presented. I think nothing much to contribute in terms of contracting. I think because Ahmedabad, since as far as I know, since 2009, experimenting with the cross cost contract. I think the number of various variants in cross cost contract, and so they very well understand. Kiran, just a small suggestion. I was just looking into your presentation. It's a very nice work, I would say. If you can just, as a last point, if you can convert the entire dead kilometer concept in terms of cost. Okay, for a city, it will be very easier to appreciate that number. Okay, if you have 347 kilowatt hour, you show 212 kilometer, 176 kilowatt hour shown 138 kilometer. Same with the diesel bus. If we can have some kind of a cost comparison now for this kind of, it will give you a very good picture in terms of comparison. Okay, but what is the implication in terms of cost? Both not only in terms of dead kilometer. Okay, dead kilometer has a cost, but at the same time, when the bus is doing the dead kilometer, city is losing the opportunity cost. Okay, so that loss of opportunity cost, if you can also include in that, it could be a very, very good output. Just try this. Okay,
Right,
probably
sir.
you might get a very good number. So otherwise, excellent work, I would say. Final, I have one question from this Professor Singh Lee, if I may announce his name correctly. Yeah, in the last recommendation, yeah, in your recommendation, you have mentioned about the wind energy. Are you talking about the direct power supply? I believe it should be through the grid. It should be through open access. Or do you have any example where the wind can be directly used specifically urban area, it seems like not possible.
So for the wind, it's either embedded as a distributed generation or to be installed in wind farms or even offshores. So again, this is something has to be discussed with energy planners within the country or the city scale. And yeah, so another point which I forgot to mention is it's very important for transportation planners to work closely with energy planners from the national scale, I think, because again, even the location of these wind farms can also have an effect on the charging, how it affects the EV charging, for example, to provide the electricity to them. And in the overall aspects, this will actually affect the whole energy power systems operation.
Yeah, because this effectively the electric mobility, if the source of energy is clean, it has a larger advantage. But at the same time, is it possible that the solar energy and the wind energy can directly be used for the charging the vehicles? I believe it will be through open access. But first it will go to the grid, then through grid it will be access. Because
all the energy can be used through grid only.
Yeah, because it doesn't provide the
the aim of this, Mr. Chun has said, is rightly because when your peak demand is more, you need to have more generating station. But at the same time, there is a very low peak. There is no peak. Then that generating stations are not generating they are wasting the energy. So whatever the energy produced during non-peak hours can be stored in a manner so that it can be used in a peak hours to reduce the load at the peak time.
Yeah, but it will go to the grid ultimately.
It should be through grid only.
Yeah.
It cannot be used directly, but to optimize the load at peak and non-peak hours, this can be a facility to do it.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So again, the thing about electricity is it has to be consumed once it's generated. So when I say consumed, that can be stored in energy storage. So stationary energy storage will be very important. I mean, so there are different types of technologies available for energy storage, like flywheel, thermal energy storage, and in some cases like gravity energy storage, which is very new, hasn't been developed. But I think if we want to address the high transportation demand, I mean, some new technologies, looking at some even less expensive stationary energy storage technologies will be needed.
And pumped hydro storage is also good.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, pumped hydro. I'm sorry, I think you're muted.
Oh, no, am I?
Yeah, I can hear now. Thank you.
First of all, this project on Ahmedabad public transport electrification strategy under the UK PACT, for phase 1 we have completed. We also have won the extension for the same project, and therefore we will be continuing to work on this project. To conclude this session, I would like to express my sincere thanks and gratitude to the Municipal Corporation of Ahmedabad, Ahmedabad Genmarg Limited, the Ahmedabad Municipal Transport Service, Municipal Commissioner, Mr. Shera, Ajav Shah, Deputy Municipal Commissioner, Vishal Karnama, who is the General Manager of AJL. And also, I'd like to express my gratitude to our esteemed expert commenters, Nagu Parashar, Shailendra, and Madhav. Thank you very much, sir. And then entire project team is displayed. It's a large team from CRDF, University of Leeds, Brunel University, London, and GERMI. And I'd like to thank Ronguli for leading this project along with me and Shalini. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chun. Thank you, everyone. And we move to the next session on Mahesana. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Lago, Shailendra, and Madhav.
Okay. Thank you very
sir.
much, everybody.
Thank you all. Thanks.
Thank you. And Angvi and Chun, I think you will continue there, right? Yeah?
Yes. Yes, I will.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. See you soon. Thanks.
We now move to the session on Mahesana, the final session. And here we had requested, and then the collector Mahesana, Sri Udit Agarwal, to be here today with us. He had agreed, but due to some urgent administrative matter, he's not in a position to be there with us. Now, we do have a representative from Mahesana Collectorate. May I request him if he's still there? I think he's there.
Thank you.
Who's left?
No, that is
Okay. If he would like to say a few words representing Mahesana Collectorate. Hello. All right. Yeah. For this session, we have with us Professor J.J. Joshi. He heads the Department of Civil Engineering and Transportation Engineering at SVNIT Surat. Thank you, sir. Thank you for being here with us for this particular session. Yeah, Joshi Saab is in fact very well reputed transportation engineer, contributing to several developments in the city of Surat. Also has a big fan following in terms of students, including fellow colleagues and professionals like us. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Professor Joshi. Welcome. We also have with us Hari. Hari. Hari.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening. Okay, he's GP Hari is the former general manager, Kochi Metro, and in fact, he is one of those people who is driving so many things simultaneously, instrumental in pushing the idea of water transport in Kochi, and as well as three-wheelers electrification in Kochi urban area. Thank you, Hari, for joining us, and we look forward to your valuable comments. I now request Pooja and Kadam to make their first presentation on three-wheeler electrification perspective, IPTS operators. How do we start this? Yep, right, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Very warm welcome to session 2. Intermediate public transport electrification strategy for city of Mahesana. It's an overview presentation where we talk about more in terms of how the IPT operations are there in city of Mahesana. So going forward for session 2, we'll be having this overview presentation. Then we will be having perspective from IPT operators on three-wheeler electrification. We have here Mr. Bharat Bhai, who is the president of IPT Association in city of Mahesana. Then third presentation will be on electric three-wheeler market and financial analysis, which compares economical and cost aspects. And the final is the strategy for three-wheeler electrification, which we have studied. So coming to Mahesana overview, it's a representative city, we can say, for small Indian city. There are many more small cities similar to Mahesana in Indian cities in India. So it is a 2.5 lakh population city in 2021, and predominantly depends on intermediate public transport for a daily commuting. So as per 2014 study, the IPT mode share is about 17%. But recently, our estimates says that the IPT mode share is about 25%, which is more common in most of the small Indian cities where IPT is predominant. There are about 1,800 auto rickshaws operating within city, and total vehicle registration, auto rickshaw registration at the district level is about 16,000. And there are about 600 taxis who operate from Mahesana to suburban towns and cities for the intercity movement. So that is the predominant that people are using these two modes. So as I mentioned, there are two systems in IPT. Auto rickshaws, mainly 3 passengers plus 1 driver, officially notified capacity of the auto rickshaw. But usually, on a shared basis, 5 to 6 passengers in one single auto rickshaw is generally operated in Indian cities. It is predominantly intra-city, where the fare structure is from 5 rupees to 20 rupees, and average earning per month for the drivers is about 12,000, 13,000 rupees. We also have an Eco, which is CNG-based van for the intercity movement from Mahesana to nearby cities, towns. IPT is a very informal sector, and we do not find any particular database regarding IPT services. So it's more on a field work. Like we cannot sit in office and compile all this database. It's more a repo surveys. It's more on-field surveys. So there were a lot of surveys have been done physically on field to map out the routes, because these routes are not official. These drivers operate their routes based on their demand and very dynamic in nature. So to understand drivers' characteristics, how much money they are earning, what is the gross revenue, how much cost they are spending, what is the maintenance cost, how much EMI they are paying, and all of that part is collected through IPT driver service. And as I mentioned, the RTO collects IPT registration at a district level. It is very difficult to estimate the number of auto rickshaws flying in the city. So a number plate survey was carried out at major junctions, almost all the junctions in the city, and to come up with 1,800, 1,900 auto rickshaws flying in the city. That was the estimate we came up with. Compared to 16,000 registered auto rickshaws in last 10 years in the district. Along with this, user perception surveys and women interviews and a lot of things were conducted on ground to understand users' issues, that what are the issues they are facing, and all of that. It's a compilation. So there are 18 routes operating in the city. The fare structure is from 5 rupees to 20 rupees predominantly, and the auto rickshaws which are going far are charging about 30 rupees per passenger. And on the right hand side, we can see the passenger flows that came up as a result of origin destination surveys. By sitting in the auto rickshaws, we mapped out origin destination of the passengers. So about 75,000 passengers in and around city out of 75,000, 40,000 passengers travel within city, up to 3.5, 4 kilometers, and about 35,000 passengers commute outside of Mahesana to the nearest city in town. So these are the driver characteristics which we compiled. It's very important point because when you want to do a economic analysis comparison with e-auto rickshaws, these texts are really important in this nature. While we conducting a survey, we found out that there is a very less awareness regarding e-auto rickshaws in the drivers. Only about 30% drivers were aware that there are e-rickshaws available in the market. So that was a concern. A lot of drivers were not aware about subsidies and a lot many other things, many other aspects of the e-rickshaws. For the passenger perception, passengers are quite satisfied with the services what they are getting because there is no a strong public transport system. Recently, they have started public transport services within the city, but still IPT is a predominant mode. It is affordable and people are getting easily on road. There are some safety issues because there are 5-6 passengers in one single auto rickshaws. We can imagine the crowding level in the auto rickshaws, and that creates safety issues for women. Women generally prefer to travel in a group, and they try to avoid traveling in the late night because of all these concerns. Summary, if we talk about, there are major corridors where auto rickshaws are plying as a services, and these are more affordable. And from the operator's point of view, three-wheeler driver's point of view, it is informal operation, parking issues are there, and their incomes are declining because of the high, because of the increase in the fuel prices, and the COVID was one of the reason where people were trying to avoid travel in the auto rickshaws, and that was the reason why which was came up in the surveys. So that's it from the overview point of view. Thank you.
Thank you, Kailan. Thank you for providing broad context of the IPT operations in Ahmedabad, in Mahesana. And as we move ahead, of course, we will be discussing about the operational economics of three-wheeler operations in Mahesana and also the strategy that we have formulated with support from the Mahesana Collectorate and the local authority. But before that, we would also now want to invite Bharat Bhai, who is the IPT Three-Wheeler Association head, president, and he has very kindly agreed to be here to basically come and share his thoughts on current three-wheeler operations that is happening in the city, and the perception of, having done one round of 1 year working with the IPT Association, his thoughts on the key concerns and what are the key enablers and what are the key challenges. Bharat Bhai, aap boliye. So he will probably be talking in Hindi for the benefit of the colleagues who are joining from the UK. We'll be translating it at the end once he finishes.
नमस्कार सबको, हमारा नमस्कार। मैं भरत सिंह सोलंकी महसाना डिस्ट्रिक्ट ऑटो एसोसिएशन का प्रेसिडेंट हूँ। ई रिक्शा का क्या चीज़ है वो हमको मालूम नहीं था, लेकिन ये सेप्ट के जो पदाधिकारी महसाना में आए, हमारा कांटेक्ट किया और उन्होंने बताया कि ई रिक्शा में ये चीज़ है। वो एकदम नॉमिनल चार्ज में चलती है। अभी सीएनजी का उस टाइम कलेक्टर साहब महसाना ने भी बहुत इंटरेस्ट लेके हमको इनवाइट किया था और सेप्ट के अधिकारियों ने भी हमारे साथ वर्कशॉप किया। वहाँ पे हमारे ऑटो रिक्शा ड्राइवर्स भाइयों को भी इनवाइट किया, सबको बताया कि भी ई रिक्शा में क्या है, कैसे चलता है। ई रिक्शा की सारी जानकारी हमको दी। वो एकदम नॉमिनल इकोनॉमिकल, बहुत एकदम कम भाव में चलता है सीएनजी के भाव से। अभी सीएनजी भाव बहुत बढ़ रहा है, उसकी कंपैरिजन में 40 पैसा किलोमीटर चलता है इलेक्ट्रिक ऑटो, तो हमको उसमें भी फायदा है। दूसरा कि जो पॉल्यूशन हो रहा है, पॉल्यूशन की उसमें भी हमको फायदा है, वो भी हमारी जिम्मेदारी है, वो भी हम एक्सेप्ट करते हैं। और एक प्रॉब्लम था, हमने पूछा कि भाई ढलान के ऊपर चढ़ेगी कि नहीं, तो उन्होंने 5-7 पैसेंजर बिठा के, ड्राइवर्स भाइयों को बिठा के वो भी ड्राइविंग टेस्ट दिया, उसमें भी ढलान में भी परफेक्ट है और वो भी बात अच्छी है। स्पीड में भी बहुत अच्छा है, स्पीड में भी कोई तकलीफ नहीं है। उसमें गवर्नमेंट का सब्सिडी भी मिलता है, वो भी उन्होंने बताया हमको। डायरेक्ट इंडिया जो केंद्र सरकार की सब्सिडी कट के मिलता है और बाद में गुजरात गवर्नमेंट की सब्सिडी बाद में देते हैं वो लोग। तो जो सीएनजी ऑटो है उसके कंपैरिजन में 5-10 हज़ार का डिफरेंस रहता है, तो वो भी फायदा है। दूसरा कि सीएनजी में हमको रोज गैस पुराना पड़ता था और ऑयल डालना पड़ता था, उसका 200 से 250-300 तक का हमारा खर्चा पड़ जाता था। अभी जीरो पैसे में चलता है, खाली चार्जिंग करके चलता है, जो 35-40 रुपये में पूरा दिन चलता है, वो भी फायदा है। और हमारा रिक्वेस्ट है कि जो गुजरात गवर्नमेंट का सब्सिडी है वो डायरेक्ट डीलर के पास से कट के मिले तो और अच्छा रहेगा। और हमारी एक रिक्वेस्ट है कि फास्ट चार्जिंग का थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम है, जो फास्ट चार्जिंग स्टेशन डलवाए जाए तो आप जो मांगेंगे वो टारगेट मिल जाएगा। आप बोलेंगे 100 ऑटो बेचनी है या 200 करनी है, जो टारगेट आप मांगोगे वो मिल जाएगा। वो मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है। और आगे वही है कि गवर्नमेंट बैंकों से अगर लोन का सुविधा हो जाए, डाउन पेमेंट में थोड़ा कमी कर दिया जाए और वो बैंकों का इन्वेस्टमेंट 90% तक हो जाए तो भी बहुत अच्छा है, मार्केट बहुत अच्छा चलने वाला है। और हमको मालूम है कि भविष्य में ये तो एक्सेप्ट करना ही है, इसके सिवा कोई विकल्प नहीं है। अभी जो है वो बहुत कॉस्टली है, अभी तो 80 रुपया भाव हो गया गैस का। उसकी कंपैरिजन में ये ई रिक्शा बहुत सस्ता है और इसके ई रिक्शा के आने से हमारा जीवन शैली भी बदल जाएगा। जो हम अभी 200-300 रुपया बचाते हैं वो 500-700 रुपया बचा सकेंगे, इससे हमारा गुजरात भी बहुत अच्छा चलेगा। तो इसके ऊपर थोड़ा ध्यान दिया जाए और हमारी रिक्वेस्ट के मुताबिक अगर किया जाए तो हम पूरा आपके सपोर्ट में हैं। हमने ये स्टेप के अधिकारियों ने आके वर्कशॉप किया था, उन्होंने ग्राउंड में जाके भी हर एक स्टैंड वाइज जाके भी और हर एक ऑटो रिक्शा ड्राइवरों का इंटरव्यू लेके उनके पास चर्चा विचारणा करके सब बताया कि भी ऐसा ऐसा है, तो सब एक्सेप्ट करने वाले हैं। लेकिन थोड़ा ये प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हो जाए तो बहुत अच्छा चलेगा, भविष्य इसका बहुत अच्छा है और इससे हमारा भी बहुत अच्छा जीवन गुजारा बदल जाएगा, हमारा जीवन शैली भी बदल जाएगा, हम भी थोड़ा ज्यादा इनकम पा सकेंगे, ऐसा हमारा रिक्वेस्ट है। नमस्कार, थैंक यू।
थैंक यू। थैंक यू भरत भाई, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका। So for the benefit of those who have not been able to understand what Bharat Bhai has talked about, he's essentially talking about our engagement on this project with the city of Mahesana and also with the IPT operators in Mahesana, particularly three-wheeler operators. He mentioned that initially prior to the beginning of this project, they did not really have much idea about the electric vehicles. And the workshops that were undertaken as part of this project has helped them to understand this technology a little better. This particular, the available models in the market, they seem attractive from the operational cost perspective. Also given the fact that the CNG prices or the conventional fuel prices has been on the rise. In terms of the operational or the functionality of the vehicle, in terms of maneuvering gradients or the operational speeds also, these seem to be functioning well. So when they have done the test rides of these vehicles, that's what they have found. And the last part that he mentioned was that the subsidy is available from the national government and the state government, and that is also a big enabler. However, 2-3 points that he's talking about, which we'll also be discussing in more detail as we progress, is regarding the subsidy that comes from the state government, comes to the vehicle manufacturers after they have purchased the vehicle. And if that could come in early, and it could be disbursed directly to the operators or the drivers. The second is in terms of the range anxiety and therefore availability of charging locations in the city, which are not there currently. And thirdly, the formal banks have not been extending loans on this because this technology is still new, and therefore they normally have to get finance from the non-banking financial institutions where the interest rates almost double the formal banks. So these are some of the constraints that he has highlighted. But overall, he's saying it is definitely an attractive option, and ultimately this transition has to happen. But if these constraints are removed, the transition can be fastened or hastened. भरत भाई बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
आपका भी धन्यवाद, हमको यहाँ बुलाया, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमारा
बताने के लिए कि आपको क्या लग रहा है और भाइयों सभी आईपीटी ड्राइवर भाइयों को क्या लग रहा है। Okay, so with that, now we will move on to the next presentation that is on the operational economics. So we'll request Irene and Aditi. Bhavin, who has also contributed to the policy analysis.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much, Shalini. Hello, everyone. Good evening. It's been a long time we are sitting here on this in this workshop. Thank you so much, Kellen, for the setting up the context for this electrification of IPK in Mahesana. And I would also like to thank Bharat Bhai to provide a driver's perspective and is on the user's perspective on the electrification of three-wheelers in Mahesana. As Kellen already mentioned in his previous presentation, that the CNG IPT is predominantly the modal share in the preferred choice of mode of traveling in Mahesana, and it is the IPT it is CNG three-wheelers are the prominently plying in Mahesana. So here is considering the paucity of time, I just straightly go to the point where we are going to assess the operational economics of users, basically from the user's perspective. And I'm skipping a few slides which discuss about the overall three-wheelers market in India and this part. And of course, as we are discussing about the policy part of it, so if we see that in India, three-wheelers electric vehicle policy are at two levels: national level, and it is subsidies or incentives are available under FAME 2, and that FAME 2 policy is now extended till March 24. And the Gujarat EV policy is in line of FAME 2 only and provides the same amount of subsidy for demand incentive, which is 10,000 per kilowatt hour, capped at 40% ex-showroom prices. While in FAME 2, it is also the same amount, which is 10,000 per kilowatt hour, but it is capped at 20% of ex-showroom prices. So when we discuss about the operational economics and the drivers' willingness to adopt an electric vehicles, electric three-wheelers. The role of this demand incentives is very crucial. And as of now, I can say that if the EVs are affordable or at par with the operational cost of CNG, it is due to this demand incentive or subsidy only. We'll see the next slide on that part. So in order to get into the details, we have done certain surveys of the manufacturer survey, the product survey, and the user perception survey. And these are the products which are available in Gujarat as of now. And the products can be segregated into mainly two parts. One is, you can say L5M, it is a kind of a category where it is e-auto, is famously said, and there's the e-rickshaws. So the major difference between e-auto and e-rickshaws are in terms of range and the speed part of it. These are some detailed assessment of products in terms of specifications and their performance part of it, where I'll just skip the slides just to be on the point. So we are discussing that the key difference between e-rickshaw and e-auto is about the speed and the range part of it. The e-rickshaws has maximum speed of 25 km/h and e-auto has a maximum speed of 45 km/h, which are at par with CNG auto. And the range of e-rickshaw is almost around 70 to 80 kilometers, while e-auto is around 100 to 110 kilometers. We see the cost part of it. The ex-showroom prices without subsidy, without considering the subsidy, the electric auto is around 66% costlier than e-rickshaw and 55% costlier than CNG auto. But considering the subsidy under FAME and by Gujarat government, which is to the tune of 70,000 and 50,000, it comes down to a level which can be considered as at par at the CNG auto. And the ex-showroom price after subsidy of e-auto becomes 1,80,000 compared to 1,90,000 of CNG auto. However, e-rickshaw having a smaller battery size and a lower capacity of motor, the overall price is cheaper than both the model variants of CNG and e-auto, and it comes to 1 lakh rupees. Considering all other GSTs and registration charges and other statutory levies, if you see in overall terms, with the subsidy, the e-autos are almost at par in terms of cost with the CNG auto. If you remove the subsidy part of it, then it still becomes, kindly slightly costlier, but not that much. However, when it comes to the purchase cost, we should also consider the capital cost which may incur after a few years of operations, which are mainly in terms of battery replacement. As of now, the e-autos are evolving. The product is in nascent stage, and none of the Li-ion battery e-autos have completed their life cycles. So the battery replacement had not incurred so far. And with discussion with the manufacturers, we came to know that even if considering the reducing the battery prices and getting the economies of scale and everything, if the battery replacement incurs after 3 years, it could be in range of 50 to 30,000 rupees. Second important point is that the resale value of CNG auto, and it is estimated to 25% of the ex-showroom price or the purchase cost, while the e-auto or e-rickshaw could be 10%. Reason is that there is always a risk while reselling. There is a risk of battery replacement, because it was understood that when at the end of the life cycle, which is considered to be around 7 to 8 years, if the battery is not working, it is completed the second lifetime, or a second replacement is due, then the second-hand buyer would perceive the risk of purchasing new battery, and he would consider a lower resale price. So, all the message in this slide is that with the subsidy, as I said earlier, also with this subsidy, the e-auto becomes at par with CNG, while e-rickshaws are cheaper option compared to both the variants, CNG and e-auto. This particular slide shows, as I already discussed this slide, but this shows that since the e-auto has lower range and lower speed, the vehicle utilization could be very low compared to other like CNG and e-auto. Hence, once the vehicle utilization is very low, it is possible that it can run less number of kilometers and generates less revenue. Hence, the revenue potential by deploying e-rickshaw may be slightly lower than CNG and e-auto, and that was the kind of an assessment and outcome or kind of understanding that we have developed during the as part of the assessment that we had in the Mahesana. So, as Bharat rightly said, that it is about the setting up the economics, and it is all about the monthly cost, because the IPT is generally operated by the economic weaker section, and the monthly income is most important for them. If there is a slight change in the monthly income or slight delta in the monthly income, if there is even in the hundreds, it makes a lot of sense to them, right? So we have considered that what could be, we just going to develop a scenario and try to consider what could be the monthly income if they adopt e-auto with availability of subsidy. So you can see that we have considered various costs. Here this table shows the CNG auto, e-auto, and e-rickshaw, and then on the left hand side the column says that what could be the cost in terms of EMI, fuel and energy costs, maintenance cost, then insurance premium. Then the revenue is static for all CNG and e-auto, but we have considered a less revenue for e-rickshaw, as I discussed earlier. And then there is a monthly surplus or deficit and annual surplus and deficit. You see that the EMI in CNG and e-auto is more or less the same, but the fuel and energy cost is very less. Obviously, now with the revised CNG prices, the fuel price has also gone up, while in e-auto, it is just a 1 unit per kilometer almost, which is only 8 rupees per kilometer, while CNG is around more than that, is around 15 to 20, 16 kilometer per kilometer. So the fuel and energy cost, there is a saving there. Again, there is a maintenance cost, as you were hearing to Bharat saying that there is a lot of maintenance costs involved in CNG auto. You have to insert, you have to have fuel cost, you have any engine maintenance cost, while in case of e-auto, the maintenance cost is also very low, which provides an advantage to e-auto in savings in terms of around 3,000 rupees compared to CNG auto, which is a big saving for an economic weaker section. And there is also, they can provide some amount of rupees on monthly basis to, around, let's say, they can provide around 1,000 rupees or 2,000 rupees, so that they can, on a 3 years period of time down the line, they can also replace the battery from this cell. So major outcome of this assessment was that if the e-rickshaw is deployed correctly with the availability of all the subsidies, there is a saving, or there is a case for switch from CNG auto to e-auto. The next slide is about the total cost of ownership assessment, where we have considered that even if the battery replacement cost is included for 2 times, you can see that there's in year 3 and year 7, there's a battery replacement there, and the resale value and everything is considered. On TCO basis, there is around kind of a 0.6 rupees per kilometer savings in e-auto compared to CNG. CNG is 2.59 rupees per kilometer, while e-auto is 2.2 rupees, almost 2 rupees per kilometer, which is at par with the e-rickshaw. But almost there is a 60% saving per kilometer basis in CNG, which is a huge, if you consider on 100 kilometers on daily basis. Even if you remove the subsidy from government of Gujarat, the e-auto could be considered as a cheaper option for that. However, there are few observations in this assessment are that, as I already said, that E3 wheelers could be around 25% cost effective than CNG auto on TCO basis. However, there are also, if the government Gujarat subsidies, even let's consider that scenario that subsidy is not available in time or not available, then it's still is a 10 to 15% cheaper. While, as I said earlier, the e-rickshaw vehicle utilization would be low, hence it would hamper the revenue potential and the overall earnings in terms of monthly basis and TCO basis. The key constraints in adoption of e-auto are already discussed. I'm just repeating those parts. Bharat Bhai said in detail. He has said from the very grassroots level situation where the finance for e-auto is not available, or it is available at a very higher interest rate from the banks and institutions. Because the banks, we also discussed with the banks, and they are pursuing higher technology and performance risk, and hence they are providing a loan or a finance for a higher interest rate. Second is the delay in the state government subsidy, where the FAME 2 subsidy are available to the manufacturers, and hence they are deducted at the showroom only, and they're available at the showroom only. But the user has to apply for the state government subsidy, and it gets delayed, and it reduces the advantage of having an e-auto. The third constraint is about the non-availability of charging and parking infrastructure, which discourages users to switch from CNG to e-auto. So these are some observations, constraint, and outcome that we have derived from the understanding and assessment of this study. And I think you can ask any questions, and the queries are there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Hiren. And we now move to the next presentation on network formation and securing buying by the potential buyers and the action areas. This will be made by Dr. Shalini Sinha. Shalini?
Yeah.
And then we will have comments from our experts and also comments from other participants. And Shalini.
Thank you, sir. Right, so coming to the last presentation of this session, where we are trying to focus on strategy for formulation for three-wheeler electrification for the case of Mahesana. The key inputs, based on the analysis that we did of the existing operational characteristics and user perceptions, and also the operational and the financial considerations, what we found was e-autos seem to be a feasible option for transitioning to for existing auto rickshaws to transition to. In terms of the existing electric vehicles, existing operators. Just 1 second. Visible now?
Yeah.
Okay. So the existing awareness levels of electric vehicles were quite low, and there were a series of awareness workshops which were conducted in Mahesana for that purpose. But the third and one of the most important things was also on the user concerns on the service quality. While people are happy about a travel option being available, especially for the people who do not really own vehicles, but at the same time, there are concerns on the service quality, for example, the availability of services during the off-peak hours, the last mile connectivity, especially for women traveling in crowded conditions, is not very convenient. And therefore, in many cases, they do not travel, or if they travel, they will travel in groups or wait for a vehicle which has other women in it. So based on that, in terms of the strategy formulation, there were two things which go hand in hand. One, we have to enable the e-3-wheeler transition. And secondly, at the same time, we also need to look into how we can improve the service levels of the shared auto rickshaw operations. So there were 4 sets of interventions that were thought about. The first is the EV transition facilitation. This is essentially to bring stakeholders together to enable a better understanding of the new technology. And these stakeholders are not just the IPT drivers and operators, but also the local and the state authority, as well as the vehicle manufacturers, all of them together to create a better understanding of the electric vehicles. The second that is the organizing operators and organizing operations are essentially focusing on improving the service quality levels. So organizing operators essentially means a more user orientation for better service delivery, where the IPT association can play a much larger role. And the third one is in terms of the organizing operations, wherein the demand supply gap can be minimized. And also Mahesana has recently started normal bus operations. So there are 8 buses operating on 10 routes in the city. So how can the bus services and the shared auto services can be integrated? That's the next part of it. And lastly, because women safety concerns came out as one of the key concerns, can women be included in the EV transition? That is the last question that we are asking. So in the first phase, that was over the past year, what we have focused on is largely bringing stakeholders together, building partnerships, creating buy-in for EV transition facilitation. And as we move to the next phases, in the next phase, we will be also looking at women inclusion in the EV transition. So now I will be talking about what are the kind of activities that we have undertaken in order to facilitate the EV transition. Stakeholder network formation was the first activity that was undertaken. An advisory group was formed at the initial stages of the project. Now, what is interesting about this advisory group formation is that apart from the formal stakeholders, that's the district collectorate, the superintendent of police, the RTO, Mahesana municipality, auto and IPT, auto and taxi association representatives were also added on to this advisory group. And therefore, all the meetings or all the discussions that were taken regarding this project, they were an integral part and which really helped in ensuring their buy-in on the project. Apart from this formal partnership that was made, the partnership with the electrical vehicle manufacturers is another one that I would like to highlight here. In terms of providing information on the electric vehicles in the market today, apart from that, the vehicle manufacturers participated in the workshops that we conducted by getting the demonstration vehicles and also allowing for the trial runs of the vehicles and providing information to the IPT drivers and the operators on vehicles. Lastly, we were also exploring the women inclusion in e-3-wheeler operations and had some initial discussions with district agencies, the RDA, National Urban Livelihood Mission, as well as a local NGO which works with women groups. And lastly, also the OEMs or the vehicle manufacturers, if they have any particular schemes for allowing for partnering with women groups, for providing access of vehicles to the women at lower prices. And there seems to be a lot of interest in this area. Now, this particular aspect that we will be taking on in the next year. But because of the stakeholder network formation with, as I mentioned, with the IPT Association, formal agencies, as well as the electric vehicle manufacturers, we have been able to undertake a lot of awareness workshops and knowledge dissemination activities. The first awareness creation and knowledge dissemination activities was undertaken last year in June, wherein the first meeting was held with the stakeholder agencies and the IPT Association. The discussion was largely on the project need and the objectives of the study. Some initial information that we had collated on the existing operations of auto rickshaws, the policy context of the electrification, overview of the electric 3-wheelers and what their features were, and largely the benefits to the drivers and the operators. In this meeting, the next step was decided to hold a larger workshop in which other IPT drivers in the city could also be invited, and they could come and also test drive the vehicles and also see for themselves about the new electric vehicle features. So the next workshop was organized on 28th September, which was more of an awareness workshop come exhibition. It had presentations So addresses by municipality pramukh, collector, district development officers, superintendent of police, talking about this new technology. Then we had more technical presentations on the operational economics, on the market, E3-wheeler market, and availability of subsidy and the process for availing subsidies. Apart from that, the exhibition where the three-wheeler models were displayed, Atul, Piaggio, Mahindra, local manufacturer RG, all of them participated, and people could go around and get more information on this. So altogether, just as some glimpses from the workshop. So altogether about 200 IPT auto drivers, operators participated in this workshop and provided, got information on the vehicles. The next round of workshop, post this, there were several rounds of discussions that were held with the IPT drivers and the operators, and finally, final workshop. This was held on 28th, last week of December 2021. The objective here was to, we also invited some of the electric auto drivers in Mahesana who had transitioned from CNG to come and share their experience of driving these vehicles. Then this was a round 2 of awareness workshop for people who had not attended the first workshop to get more information on the these vehicles. And the third was largely to provide a platform where there could be open question answer sessions with the formal public agencies and if there are any, or the experts. So if there are any questions by the IPT drivers operators, they were posed directly and there was a discussion on that. So this workshop, post these workshop, there were driver surveys that were undertaken. About 80 drivers were surveyed regarding their understanding on various aspects of three-wheelers. And it seemed that largely these workshops helped improve IPT drivers operators understanding about the new technology. And they were, post this workshop, they seemed to be not as averse to the new technology as they were before. So 60% of the drivers indicated that they would plan to purchase the electric auto in the near future, that is in the next 2 years. And after September 2021, there are already about 12 drivers who have purchased the new e-autos, and they're very happy about it. However, there were some policy and operational constraints. I think some of these have already been highlighted by Bharat Bhai and also by Hiren. One, that there's a long duration for release of Government of Gujarat subsidy, because Government of Gujarat subsidy does not come to the dealer directly. And once the IPT driver has purchased the vehicle, they basically have to apply or register for the subsidies. The second is there's no linkage of e-vehicle purchase with subsidy registration. So as per the Government of Gujarat policy, a total of 70,000 vehicles will be given subsidies. And therefore, if there's some mechanism, so when the person is buying the e-vehicle, he or she does not know whether they would qualify for the subsidy registration or if that 70,000 cap has been met. Therefore, if there could be any linkage between these two, it will really help address that concern. Range anxiety, currently there are no opportunity charging locations in the city, and auto rickshaws on an average, they ply about 80 to 100 kilometers, but since they also ply to the nearby settlements, if there's not adequate range available in the vehicle, it will affect their incomes. Access to finance from formal sector banks. Again, I think this point has already been highlighted. Currently, they're availing money from non-banking financial institutions at the interest rate ranging from 24 to 26%. In comparison from the formal sector banks, the interest rates would be something like 10 to 12%. There have been some initial indications that formal sector banks would soon be extending the not raised. And lastly, the drivers were concerned about if the electric vehicle manufacturers could have an exchange scheme for their old vehicles. It will help them in the transition process. So in the final workshop that we undertook, it also helped us in some ways securing stakeholder buy-in, because there were representatives from the local authority who were there, as well as the vehicle manufacturers. And there was a question answer discussion round that happened between different stakeholders as well as the driver operators. So Chief Officer Municipality did indicate that they will consider developing charging points with the required infrastructure at some major auto rickshaw stands in the city. And they also indicated that driver association members can reach out to the municipality if they had any concerns regarding the IPT infrastructure. The fire officer municipality, who's also in charge of the bus operations in Mahesana currently, indicated that bus stands and the auto rickshaw stands can be co-planned and designed in order to facilitate better integration of these services. We also had representatives from vehicle manufacturers. So Mahindra in particular indicated that, so there's some concerns that during the COVID, these IPT drivers were impacted and their incomes were impacted. And hence their civil score was affected. So Mahindra indicated that they'll try to provide loans to drivers whose civil score was affected as a result of COVID-19. And they also indicated that they will raise concerns about the high interest rate internally and see if they are able to reduce the same to some extent. RT Officer Mahesana provided information on the registration fee charges waivers and also indicated that association members and drivers can visit the RT office anytime to get more clarity on the electric vehicle registration processes and charges. So in some ways, it was a co-working environment that is being created and partnerships which have been forged. And as we move on to the next stage of the project, we are looking at working with the municipality, IPT association, and also the downline department to identify location for charging points and the possible operating models. Strategies for inclusion of women in three-wheeler operations is also something that we will be working upon. And lastly, some exposure visits are being planned in which Mahesana officials and the IPT representatives can visit and learn from other city experiences. So that's all. Thank you so much. And move to the.
Thank you, Shalini. Now, may I request Gaurang Doshi sir to make his comments, suggestions, questions. Doshi sir.
Sir, you're on mute. Go to Hari and then
While I think there seems to be some issue, while we address that, may I request Hari to make his comments, suggestions? Hari? What's happening? Dr. Joshi and Dr. Hari, are you there? Yes. Yes.
Good afternoon.
Yes, sir.
Should I speak?
Yes, I think. Yeah, please go ahead.
First of all, let me thank for inviting me.
With two instruments, two devices. Are you connected with mobile as well as your laptop?
No, I am using my laptop only.
And there is.
So there is an echo. So just wondering if you joined from two devices.
All of us are on mute.
You're on mute?
Only it's from his side.
Can you switch mute this microphone? can you hear us?
Is it better now? Yes, please go ahead.
Now we can try.
Hari is also not there?
No. Professor Joshi, are you there?
Yes, he's there.
Professor Joshi, are you there?
Yeah.
Sir, I think you have joined from 2 devices. Oh.
Shall I write my comments or queries in chat box?
Yes, sir, that will help actually. Yeah, maybe you could do that, and we can take comments from Mr. Hari. Please say.
Any other comments from our colleagues on the research project, or even from the participants? Are there any questions, comments?
Yeah, Professor, can I?
Sir, Lakra Saab, up
Yeah.
and please.
Yeah. Excellent presentation by all the speakers, and absolute the coverage of almost all aspects required therein, both Ahmedabad as well as Mahesana. And every presenter has prepared so very well that there was nothing left out for comments. I would suggest a few things for Mahesana. If maybe we have covered and I missed them somehow. One is we need to look at the design of the e-autos from the point of view of safety, weathering concerns, and fire hazards. Now, these aspects are few, but they could form part of the e-auto or e-auto rickshaw designs. The vehicle manufacturer should incorporate such facilities. Another aspect what I was looking at when I went through the report was that these vehicles operate on contract carriage permits, but operate as sharing autos on something like stage carriage operations. So I would feel the government should try to regularize it instead of leaving it getting things done in an informal manner, and then everyone looking turning his head other way around. Another aspect related to this is that there has to be some agency who could properly plan for the route network, operational the planning, as well as restricting the number of autos in each route depending upon the demand and this, and then monitoring and control. See, if we are leaving them as they are now, maybe to the associations or to individual operators in an informal manner, it has been working very well, there's no doubt, but it could still be formalized, like create an agency within the government who would carry out basic planning, not the detailed planning which the associations can do, but they would basically plan how many vehicles on each route, what kind of route network there should be, and what kind of service levels we prescribe for them, controlling overloading, which is becoming a potential safety hazard for the travelers on these vehicles. It also affects their comfort level and other things. So we may probably look at creating such small institution within the authority to carry out some of these aspects. These few aspects came to my mind now while discussing, so I thought I'll convey to you. Otherwise, it was a perfect thing by all speakers. They have done very well in all respects everywhere, and I congratulate each one of them for their good work done. Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Shalini. Thank you, Hiren. I see you there. And thank you, Nitika. You are keeping silent like me, but you are great contributions. Thank you.
Yeah. May I request Gaurang Joshi sir, if he is able to speak?
Typing in his comments.
He's written some comments with questions are yet to come.
Yeah, questions are yet to come. Maybe you can take it from the audience.
Okay. Any other comments from the participants? It's a long day, I'm
Sir,
aware.
can I make just 2 points, sir?
Yes, Hari, we were waiting for you. Yes, please.
Yeah, I just and then, sir, my with respect to public transport, as we were all aware that the road transport corporations, they contribute say 90% of the entire transportation in India. Unless and until we recast the RTC Act 1950, which is 72-year-old act, nothing is going to happen, sir. No RTC is going to change unless and until we completely recast. This requires a whole lot of modification. These are all state PSUs. Do not have any vision. They don't take professionals. There is not even short-term engagement. So the company, the formation itself, they need to recast. Instead of a government company, this should be a public company. Let government take a stake of 51%, 49%, whatever be the stake. The public participation is must. That is one. The second thing is aggregation with respect to IPT, whether it is taxi or auto rickshaw. I think there are good steps which is happening around the India. Aggregation is one of the key. Unless and until we aggregate those auto rickshaw, taxi drivers under one single umbrella, this would be difficult. And a small step which we have taken in the last board meeting of the Kochi Metropolitan Transport Authority is to promote Kochi Connect Limited. It's a public limited company, initially with the 100% stake of the MTA, and slowly it will be diluted to the drivers of taxi drivers and auto rickshaw drivers. 49% will be diluted to the drivers, and 51% will be with the citizens of Kochi or non-resident Keralites. So the Kochi Connect Limited would be a company which will manage the auto rickshaws as well as taxis. There will be 2 mobile applications which will be managed by this company, and each and every driver would be taking at least a 10 rupees face value share of this public limited company. So these are the 2 things which we were trying to do, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. We are aware of the innovations which are happening in Kochi, and I think it's a best case city. Yeah. In fact, there is a proposal that a team of professionals and administrators would visit Kochi mainly to look at what's happening in terms of all the innovations which are doing. That's being planned in the next 2-3 months' time. Yeah. Thank you, Hari. Thank you. It's always something new you bring on the table, and you also see to it that it moves towards its logical conclusion. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Joshi sir?
Yeah. So I've just spoken to him. So I just spoke to Professor Joshi. So he has 2 comments that he on the hearings or the economic analysis that we have undertaken. The first one that he's mentioning about the fare levels that have been considered are the current fare levels on the CNG vehicles, and where the cost of the CNG is much higher. And now when the electric autos come, will the fare levels remain the same? That's one observation that he has. The second one, he's mentioning about the ridership estimates that have been taken and the revenue model has been developed, whether it is possible to do some scenarios rather than just saying that this will be the ridership. So we take an optimistic scenario and we take a more conservative scenario to provide a range of what kind of benefits that might bring in. So these 2 comments to be taken into consideration.
Thank you so much, Joshi sir, for the comments. I would like to answer the first comment about the fare levels. CNG auto or EO. Sir, it depends
Of the
on the
AC.
market forces and the willingness to pay of the users of the auto. As of now, the market forces are there that, that the users, those who are generally economic weaker section, and as well as the women's or the workers who are there who are going to nearby industries are willing to pay only 5 to 10 rupees, whatever is the existing fare. So whether it is CNG auto or e-auto, the fare level will remain the same. In case of any differentiation in the fare, there could be kind of a impact on the business or the ridership part of it. Right. So it is all about the willingness to pay of the users. So yes, of course, as of now, as discussed with the drivers there on the ground, and our listening with driver perspective, the fare are not going to change. They will remain the same. This is the first part. Second part of it is scenario part, where of course the riderships will be different. In case of e-auto and CNG auto, as of now, you can see the CNG autos are overcrowded. While in case of e-auto, the overcrowding is possible, but at the same time, we are also planning to have a regularized IPT in Mahesana, to propose a regularized IPT in Mahesana, where, as Lakra sir just mentioned, that see what is happening right now is the autos are operating as a stage carriage. Since even if they're a contract carriage, they're acting as a stage carriage. So the stage carriage should be legalized, or it could be like in that manner, so that they can have a shared mode of transport available for the users in absence of PT. Okay, so in case of electric auto, we are going to propose a regularized IPT system in Mahesana, where we are also going to propose a shared system where the ridership level may not be at the same time, but it would be more of a kind of a regularized ridership, and more autos can be deployed, more frequency, more coverage can be provided, more routes can be rationalized, and based on that ridership, whatever is there is level will be distributed across the various units, autos which are e-autos, which may apply in Mahesana. Thank you, sir.
Just to add on to that, I think it is a fair point to do a scenario analysis rather than just suggesting one scenario.
Yeah.
So we will definitely incorporate.
We'll do that.
We'll definitely incorporate that.
Yes.
From the audience.
If there are any more questions, Pongi, would you like to add anything at this stage? I think it has been a long day, and maybe it's time to say thank you for the participants for participating in this event. And I would like to thank all the expert commentators, Joshi Saab, Hari, and Lakra Saab. Okay, all of you have been your contributions in terms of your comments, the suggestions have been very valuable. Yeah, and I would like to thank District Collectorate, Mahesana, Mr. Udit Agarwal, the collector, for his very valuable support, the Municipal Corporation of Mahesana, and also the President, the Chief Officer, and the Vice President, and the Standing Committee Chair, all of them have been supportive. Likewise, very warm reception and cooperation from the Auto Rickshaw Association, both the official office bearers as well as the members during our work in Mahesana. I'd like to express my gratitude to them as well. Yeah. Lastly, entire team on my behalf and behalf of Professor Rangvil Dui, I would like to express my gratitude to each one of you for making this work very well, yeah, and making a very successful project outcome, and look forward to a continued association and a fruitful outcome. Thank you. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you.
Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you,
everybody.
everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Very nice.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you, Shalini. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Kailash. Thank you,
Thank you, sir.
Professor. Bye.
Thank you.
Good night.
Thank you.
Sir, bye. Thank you, sir.
Good night. Bye-bye. Okay, Shalini. I don't know if there's anything more.